Okay, that's a question. Let me get a second. If you get double, Washington, D.C. Kọ̀tíkọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lárí. Mẹ́ka ẹ̀kọ́ kọ̀tíkọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mímí ọ̀rọ̀ òwe kọ̀tíkọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ̀. Kọ̀tíkọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀nà sáàmì. La mine a quitté quand à Bodo Soucia. La mine a quitté malgré à Bodo Soucia. La mine a quitté à Bodo Soucia. La mine m'a pas y aller, m'a pas faire, m'a pas parce que m'a pas over Agbodozulu, Agbodozulu. Na egbe Agbodozulu mere ma kpọkule molo. Ya me kplɔ o la mi ya kete kɔ do la Agbodozulu. Ma do la Agbodozulu mere akpɔ ku. Ma do la Agbodozulu mere akpɔ nya. Ma do la Agbodozulu mere akpɔ ahɛ. Ma do la Agbodozulu mere akpɔ yasi. Ko na gbe vi na gba si la gbe ye ko na kpɔ ne do la Agbodozulu. Aye me kplɔ o la mi ya kete kɔ de Agbodozulu. Ne ye Agbodozulu re dagbe ko na ma kpɔ ku le mu ma kpɔ dɔ le mu ma kpɔ nya le mu ma kpɔ ahɛ le mu ma kpɔ ko le mu ma kpɔ dɔ la me le mu ko na gbe vi na gbe asi na Eso me metí en el bombo y eso me fue la televisión. This one. Yes. Some people put their own things. I don't know who is. Oh God, that is because benching can't cover use your hand. Some people can see. Yo. Alors les filles. Ok, all the give a new pots. Yeah.
Domina me talk about.
Jamais le temps de parler en vie.
Oja. Wait, I'm coming. Yes, I don't give the new old ones. Maybe there's something.
I'm a yard of boy. Your mouth is just too small for me. Okay. Make it open.
Is there one in a balloon soldier? Make a total material. Oh,
Hey,
you bought this
Costa
knife,
Rica.
you know that? Costa Rica. When he was in school in Costa Rica.
It's like
Yeah.
10 years ago now. It's 2012.
I'm a major manager.
Where are we?
Oh, I don't get some.
Who you want be this?
I can make them in the chair. Yeah.
What?
One sack. Yes, some sack.
For Pele.
Yes.
So that reservation was sending to nobody.
Okay.
I mean, my own time.
I'm gonna volunteer there.
Can you get me a plastic bag or something like that?
Is there one in a balloon soldier? Make a total material. Oh,
Hey,
you bought this knife,
Costa Rica.
you know that? Costa Rica. When he was in school in Costa Rica.
It's ready for you.
It's like
Yeah.
10 years ago now. It's 2012.
Bodoji. I'm a major manager.
Sorry, where are we?
Oh, I don't get Amazon.
Who you want me this?
I can make you the chain. Yeah.
What?
One sack. Yes, some sack.
For Pele.
Yes. So that rest, the rest of us ain't doing nobody.
Okay.
I mean, my own time.
I may go.
I'm gonna volunteer there.
Can you get me a plastic bag or something like that?
Okay.
Okay, am I live? Yes. Are you sure? Okay, good afternoon and good morning, good evening, wherever you may find yourself this moment. Thank you very much for joining us again. We are transmitting on a Revolution Voodoo Education live from African Magic Temple in Accra, Ghana, precisely on the Spinters Road. Thank you very much for joining us. And we are now in the festive season. Christmas is almost around the corner, as well as our end of year Thanksgiving ceremony. Thank you all for joining us this very great moment. I'm very grateful for all of you joining us. We will start as usual, as always. I'm going to start with pouring libation to our ancestors, to my ancestors, and to the Voodoo and the spirits that are working with us. So please just be with me, and when I pour the libation, I'm also pouring it on behalf of all of you. I'm also pouring it on behalf of Depodeji Nkagawere. When you're too far away, let me know. Oh, ago mauga sobolisa madu ago. Mauga kitikata madu ago. Mauga ese joto ame joto. Ese nanu ame. Ese tie no ame womano bevi dokono bevi. Omano bevi mebi nanu dokono bevi ogbeo dokono bevi mebi nanu omano bevi ogbeo. Ese nye kokolipo, ese nye datafia meyo. Ese gla ame gla, ese nyu ame nyu, ese Georgie ame Georgie. Meyo ora keke do ago. May your shame harmful ratio, petit do ago, may your semi full ratio, do ago. May your abraxas, may yours, Adreco do ago, yet Adreto by Vimacua. What will verse or ton, verse or Cabayom dog? Eh, may your menos or G, I need to catch a cousin Bojadre. May I laugh over your grammy like me, giving a grammy, you hold on your when you're an igba madu floor for playing Bamadwadica, when you have a mateculo, let the coup etega. Oh, a kind may you, but you were kind on your kind of a kind of super kind of a kind and your kind of your kind and your tabaka. Very probably, the Bahador, Copla, Madod, if you're about Robertin, you. Yami no down, Miami Hog Barber, walk up, walk with me. Zango, Miami Preview, like Kenya Hog Message. America would job pata, Jomaku, for common volume, the children of Voodoo McBedu, who could quite tell for former job when you have a job when you to I am a modu to and quite a quick Benny, but over. Zokole woman not the Perica Jopata, after a Jovon Vajo, Yen Jopata, Obefia, Jopata, Petrom and Bedamo, a Vifag Elidina, Jopata, and I think I don't Jopata and Jopata and Tefemayo, Miss Melbourne, you to talk with them. Abakpe, Luluti, Zubolu, Ajima, Obojukulo Roger, Lucum, Valenti Papa, Valo, Jonah Pofu, Ago Sapate Mayo, Atigeri Mayo, Provo Mayo can la Fia, Waharana Mioka. Yo, I'm a gas segaja, Papa says, Tobaga. Mayo Brahini Mayo, but she may young by fully go fully common cable, Gucha Kuma Commander. So when you may be operating your Tony Cospector, we are in a Kosovo, when you get the Tassiam Sifusi, Yam Cosa, Braco Brahma, and Bojan, but Tobonia Coffee, Akubia Mensa, Doria Pen Bepecuno. Oh, may you be able to Kutum and Farami Bubu and I will go in a father. Mayo Eponia Celestine ya wakubia Katrina kubia fonya sense ko fonya ya obena kubia mayo akuto bene fana mesia mayo mi asro e wo mbo achicha tupu ya kubia Cecilia pe na ekatepe mensa kuto bene fana mi gbogboro mi na gbogboro no fana mo o mayo awo na tuji to gbe tuji boko tuji to gbe yo ra ke kini kini hase ko ncha bara su bara bona na mayo paprazo mayo ra ke mayo boko ada afli so fa hun agbovi boko afacha wa joge kuto bene fana mi gbogboro na gbogboro no fana mo dagbe ji me yo mi losia ye me yo mi asra e won ba chicha chupu ya kubia Cecilia pe na ekatepe mensa kuto mene fana mi me yo hunu le va po hunu le gbin avega kuto mene fana mi lo me yo togbe anani tretu akpo huno me yo ra keke gbo le obozumele pon ra ola akpo wo me che mi wo mi ba kpo cho e vai ko mi le eto ame me kwa hara ina keke na no etepeda ne ni o fi amire de mi ya mi wo me do na mi kpo video me yo to bi fi to si mo kavi abenyina si agoti me ra keke zapao me yo ra keke si akuto me fana mi lo ya wele doji na gbogbo ne fana nchia me yo tre video bra ni be gbe ku video gbe ti ta sike gbe nu po ji me le bacho nya nu ngwa ge no na sa ku mo no to gbe gbo bu pleto mancheta ki pleto bi ba kwa hara mi ya no me yo abochi sakraka be chwa ba adogbo okotokoli don ko kunuma ku egbere nu gbere to be no le cho franta mani fifi ni ku abisi nka o kofi to jamba ku o cho tu akofi o cho hen kofi atra me yo kable me yo mi abete me yo to gbe ahogba to me gba vodu to ra ko gbogbo me za pasa di ku nyu khoto ko shi nyu khoto kere ku me yo mi na keke asime di egbejiro gbo gbenya sigbo lo sigba si di me yo mi apete me yo aplegede ma pesa ko chi no po chi ajemu no po chi won le won po chi chifi take me di egbe ke di egbe ke pezaji di egbe za aguto be pezaji eta di egbe za ro agbe unbubu gake me yo di pe nu poto kele me nu poto za nu poto vitime nu poto awodi da fa me chi aba gbe ko di wa da pe na ha di keke ye me yo fa na go nu fa gbo ma di so ko pe to so le me da pa video me yo poli gbe meji eku meji woli meji so meji woni meji abla meji akla meji buda meji sa meji ka meji tulu meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji wale che tula me yo klebo video ko po to ba de wo amo to ba de nya de mi fo ne di lo me yo bete mi akwa to gbo mi afu to kule ngoti na mi ya bu to kule nu na mi ya bu susu na mi enu yo bete question si a question amo abia ba bia si amo abia de mi se gomo ne nya nto mi anon gbo mi anon gbe mi ada ala me se unye me mata wodo ne de ne mi atoju gudu aha na mi keke si akan ya wele ngbo mi le yo me nyi me no ngbo na me kada mo lo ya we nyi mi no ngoda mi ne ka mega de ni yes we are done with the libation pouring and we have one of our brothers from Bole Bamboy far away in the northern part of Ghana called Abdul Rahman Dramani Salia Abdul Rahman Salia. He joined us this at the shrine. He made it and he came down to Accra and he said no, he would not go away without joining the live section and he's here. So I wish all of you will welcome him to the shrine. Thank you very much. And we are taking off now. And we will start with the greetings from Facebook. We have Do Blinks Do saying fire, fire, fire. Thank you very much, Dodo. We are very grateful. Your people are all here. Come. All the family is here. It's only Kokumensa Asafo is the only one who left this morning. But all the team is here. Are they not all here? Yes. Okay, so try to pass by. And then we have our sister Doris Amwa in Saudi saying fire, fire, fire. Doris, thank you. I've gotten your message and everything, and I'll be working on it on Tuesday because the Tuesday we are going to feed the ancestors. So I will do it as a group thing, but then we'll separate yours as the names that you have sent to me. Thank you very much. Then we have a Caballero Alexis saying a thumbs up to me. And then we have Lillian Gladstone saying hello, Papa, hello, Papa. Okay, hold on for me. Yes, Mr. on hold. Is it me who put it on hold? Okay, I know he may call again. Yeah. So we have Lillian saying hello, Papa. Hello, Lillian. How are you? Thank you very much. And we have Shamba Musa Muhammad saying greetings, Papa. Hello, Shamba. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. And how is everything? Did you do the necessary rituals that I told you to do to Legba? If you did, then you are in a good hands. Thank you very much. And we have Bright Daniel Jomeku saying, I love this program. Thank you very much, Bright. We are very grateful that you love the program. We are doing our best to bring the best to you. And then we have Hades Yugin again here today. It's a good day, Hades Yugin. Thank you for joining us once again. Thank you all very much for joining us, all people on the Facebook. Now we're moving on to YouTube. We have Carlos Lewis watching from Sweden. Hello, Carlos. Thank you very much for joining us and hope you are fine. We have Joe Dega saying nice. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for joining us. Joe Dega in Haiti. Say, yeah, I say, we call the tradition Makaya. Okay, thank you very much. You're watching us. And Joe Dega again said, what they are doing, that is what we call it, and we do it around this time every year. Okay, I'm not very sure what you are saying, but thank you for joining in with that question. He said Makaya Simbi or Bayan Makaya. Look it up on YouTube. Okay, people will look it up and then we can all understand what it means. Thank you, Joe. And then Joe again, you gather all the leaf to take a strong spiritual bath. They bring it in the new year. Okay. What we did yesterday was not gathering to take a spiritual bath, but we have a special ritual we do for a particular spirit called Togbi Avlakpo. It's a spirit. And those herbs that we gather is for the pot. We have a special pot that goes with the voodoo, and it is for every day it is embedded. But thank you very much. And then Joe Dega again says, Faye Makaya. Yes, thank you. Joe is saying yes. Then we have Mario Young saying good evening, Daddy, and the AMT family. Greetings from India. Thank you very much, Mario. I'm wishing you all the best and 6 seasons greetings. There's a mermaid called Simbi Makaya. That's from Joe. Okay, Job Dega was saying that video was a spiritual bath, and Haitian culture, we call it the bath of Makaya. Okay. Then Joe Daga again said that's the mermaid called Simbi Makaya. And Joe Dega is saying welcome, and then saying fire. Thank you very much, Joe Dega in Haiti. We are very grateful that you join us from all the way from Haiti. Yes, and then we have Delali saying good day to you, Togbi, and your crew members. Please, is fa feeding same as one feeding his say no. Afa is called afa, and ese is called ese. So feeding of fa is not the same like feeding your ese. However, afa is called poinse, and then the Eselide Agbame, which is the local traditional Voodoo or Ewe traditional way, which is Eselide Agbame. Then we have the Poni Se. So one way or the other, you must have the two to be complete if you want to. So offering sweet drinks and alcohol, we don't feed Poni Se and say very much with alcohol, but once in a while we do when we do their rituals. But it is not something you do regularly by feeding them with alcohol, because if you are feeding your polinse or esse with alcohol, what it intends to be is that you are getting them drunk so that they will not be able to be in control of taking care of your life. So you don't feed them. That's why we feed them with sweet drinks and cold water. So the lady says also, can you just decide to feed your fa and say with what you wish without your say or fa requesting for it. If you are initiated into fa, before you feed your fa, you definitely have to ask the fa what to give to it. The same is with the se. To feed your se, even though you know that every year you have to feed your se, but you must do a consultation to ask them what to feed them with. You don't just start and say, okay, let me give this animal, let me give that to the se without consulting. It is always advisable on a spiritual path that you always ask questions and you know exactly what you are doing. Don't do things just from your own imagination so that you think you have done it. Sometimes what you are doing is not what your inner self is desiring from you or requesting from you. So the best and a good way to do this thing is to consult the Bolinse, which is Afa, and then your Eselide Agbame, which is Ese, so that you know exactly what the Ese wants or what the Bolinse wants. And when you do, you get great success. Don't do things just for fun. If you are really serious with spirituality, you don't do things for fun. You need to get correct answers and correct directions so that when you follow the directions, you get to the point that you want to get to. The truth about traditional spirituality and spirituality in general, for that matter, is that it is not built on faith. Spirituality is not built on faith. Spirituality is more or less in mathematics. It follows a formula. And when you get the formula correct, your answers and the solution must be correct. So spirituality is not built on how much faith you have in what you are having. It is built on practicality, logic, and reasoning. And when you put the formula 1 + 1 will always be 2. Whether you are sleeping or you are awake, 1 + 1 will always be 2. Whether you are from the African, from a black race, or you are from a European race, or from whatever race, 1 + 1 will always be 2. That is called formula. So spirituality is based on formula. It is not based on faith. It's not a religion whereby, oh, just believe it will happen. No. You don't need to believe anything in spirituality. If the teacher and the person who is doing the work for you knows what he's doing, when he or she applies the formula correctly, whether you believe or you don't believe it will work. So don't just do things based on faith. We don't believe in anything. We know that 1 + 1 will always be 2. So we always follow that principle. So if you follow the principle, you get the answer. If you don't follow the principle, you can have all the faith. If you like, put the Bible under your pillow and sleep on it. If you like, you can put the Quran under your pillow and sleep on it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So everything is accordingly. Is say example, offering sweet drink and so on. Finally, when one's say is molded for him, as you do for people who you initiate into fa, are they to feed only the se or their fa? I don't mold a se for people who are initiated into fa. I think you are making some mistake here. People who get fa, they get fa differently. Fa is different from Eselide Agbame, so don't make that mistake. I don't mold except for people who are initiated into fa. No. Unless the person's essay is molded and the essay is saying that let the person get a fa also, then we advise the person that your essay is saying that you should get fa. But it is not that when they make essay for you, then they give you fa. It is wrong. That's not what I do at the shrine here. The people that I do essay for, it is because through their readings or consultation, spiritual consultation, the consultation directs, or the oracle directs, that essay should be set up for them. Then we will first explain to the person. We will now do the essay by removing the negative essay, and then when the person have the funds or the money, the money to do the essay proper, then we set up the essay for the person. That doesn't have anything to do with fa. And if the essay is now set up and the essay is now demanding that the person should get fa, then we will make a fa for the person as well when the person is ready. So don't mix it up that when you have a police and then they make a fa, it is two different things altogether. I don't mix things in my shrine, and I don't do things just because I want to please people. I do things because I want to change people's life. That's how I do things. So Delali, you have to go back to our videos and see what we are doing. So don't mess it up by saying essay is this, and then feeding with sweets and all this. If you want to get your essay done, consult. If you want to get far done, consult. It does not necessarily mean that you should come and consult us at African Magic Temple. No, you can consult any good Bokor or any good Voodoo priest that is very good in seeing and doing reading, so that they can tell you what it is. Thank you very much, Delali. Yes, please come up, let's see. And then we have Shamba Musa Mohammed. He said, yes, Papa, I did the rituals. Thank you. I hope you are feeling better as well. Yes, Shamba, I am not that great today, but this is the moment I have to put everything together to be able to teach. So, but I believe strongly, maybe by the end of the day, I will be better. Thank you very much for your concern. I'm very grateful. Then we have Collins Kofi Gattuso, the only place to learn. Thank you very much, Gattuso. We are very grateful that you join us. Hope you are fine. And then we have Hades Yugin again. Is there anyone in the US that I can connect with your knowledge in wisdom who have been maybe taught by you directly? I want to learn but don't have funds to travel to Ghana to get initiated. A lot of fakes and scammers here in the US. Hagen, you can help me. You can help me find someone reputable near me, if I can really, if you can, really interested. Hades Yugen, thank you very much for that. The truth about African Magic Temple, which is AMT, or our shrine, is that us at the moment, we are training people who will in the future be able to initiate people on our behalf in the US. But they have not yet completed their training to the point where they can also initiate people. They are on it, they are moving slowly, but it is until we are sure that they can really initiate people, or they have learned all the keys and do's and the don'ts, we can not recommend anybody to say go to this person, go to that person yet. But with time, people are learning, and very soon, I believe, you will have people who will come, or who are our students, people we have trained, people we can be sure of that when they initiate you, you are getting the real initiation that is done by African Magic Temple. We can only recommend people we trust. We can't just say anybody. We have trusted students, but the trusted students in the US are still undergoing training. They come over here to take the training as time go by. And then once they are ready to start initiating people, we will let all the brothers and the sisters in the diaspora to know that we have this person at this station in the US that you can go for initiation. And even then, we ourselves will be assisting the person. What you can do, which I think is a little bit difficult, is that if you can gather a group of people who contact or post out there that anybody, people who are interested in initiation into African Magic Temple, if we can get about 10 people who are really interested in getting initiation into African Magic Temple, we can send someone from Ghana who will travel to the US, join some of our students in the US, especially Shamba Musa, Kadi Fisher, Angie Fisher, and many others who are in the US. Then they can come over, join my students who are really learning so much to initiate people, and maybe you will also get your initiation. But at the moment, we do not have any shrine anywhere in the world whereby we will be saying that I go to this person or go to that person to get initiation. It takes time to become a real Bokor. You can be initiated into Fa or into Vodu, but you cannot be a priest just because you have been initiated. Otherwise, the whole of Africa would have been, everybody would have been a priest. Or better still, the whole of Ewe land, then everybody would have been a priest. To become a priest or priestess takes time. It's not just because you have been initiated into Voodoo, then you become a priest or priestess. There are some other trainings to take. There are some other trainings to undergo before you can be declared a priest or a priestess. So let's pray that these students that are learning and Afa and their essay is prompting them to become priests and priestesses will have the time to complete their training. Then we also have our piece. It says that those people who do not have enough money to travel all the way to Africa can take initiations in the US. We are also thinking of opening one of African Magic Temple shrines in Japan. We had just started talking about it. We've got the land already, and it is going to be an interesting thing for us to build an African Magic Temple shrine in Guma prefecture, or in Takasaki. We are praying and hoping we'll build that one. So it makes it easier for people from the US to be able to travel to Tokyo or to Japan and take initiations in our shrine at Japan. Thank you very much, Eugene. I'm with you, and meanwhile, keep learning, keep asking questions as we are doing these Sunday sections. It will help you a lot, so by the time you get nearer to the initiation, it makes a big difference. Thank you very much. Then we have a bright Daniel Jomeku sending us a thumbs up. Thank you very much, Bright. You are very good. And then we have a Tantric Power. Is it Tantric? Okay, Tantric Power. Hello, Papa. Since there is a joker against thieves, is there also joker against incest to prevent incest from entering a home? I don't know that joker yet. What did the incense do for you that you want to prevent them from entering your house? So you need joker. Go and buy mosquito coil. Or buy mosquito spray or insect spray. You don't need joker for everything in life. There are things that you can get on the counter. Go to a pharmacist and tell them you need an insect spray for your house so that insects cannot enter your house and you want joker. You see, if everybody could get a policeman to be standing by their gate every day, I don't think they will need a joker for thief. But it's rather unfortunate that people don't have money to rent a policeman or a security man to be standing at their gate every day. That is the reason why the poor people put a joker to protect them. So for insect spray, I don't think it is more than 100 cedis. I think you can get insect spray for 15 cedis, 20 cedis. A mosquito coil itself is very cheap. It's 1 cedi for 1 cedi 50 pesos. Why waste your time to go and get joker just for insects? So tantric power, go to Johnson & Johnson. They will tell you what to do. Thank you very much. And then we have Delali saying, thank you very much, very much. Sorry also for my wrong understanding on how to do your work. May the ancestors heal you. Much grateful. We are also grateful for that question because it's not only you. Many other people may also be confused. So with that question, a lot of other people also have learned something. Thank you very much. And then we have Papa Kwesi Willie. Oh, Togwe, how are you? It's been a while. Papa, please, how much is the initiation? Togwe, the initiation is expensive. It depends on which one you want to take. We have a fire initiation, and we also have Africa Magic Temple initiation, which includes 3 different spirits or deities, which we work with our patron deities. One is Abraxas. Abraxas is the universal Christ consciousness. When I say Christ, I'm not talking about Jesus of Nazareth, but I'm talking about the Christus, the knowledge and the wisdom itself, the universal wisdom that is pervading all spheres of life. It has no religion, it has no country, it has no race, but an universal energy that is there. If you can tap into it, you tap into wisdom and enlightenment. That's the Abraxas. And then we have the Togbe Akan, the one that also helps you to shine and open doors and create opportunities. And then we have Togbe Jopata that comes to protect you, defend you, and also create opportunities for you. So the Africa Magic Temple initiation is 3-in-1 initiation, which we will do for you. So Togbe, you can call on me. I think this December we are going to do Togbe Jopata's ritual. I think we have spoken about this before, last time before you left for Japan and you couldn't get it. So you call me and then let's see how we go about it. Thank you very much. Papa Kosi William Willie. Thank you, Togbe. Nasty. Okay, then we go to Hades Yugin again. Yes, sir. I look forward to it. You are definitely one of a kind. If more were like you, the world would be a better place. We are training people to be having more people, and I think you will also become one of the priests in the future, and we will all be proud of you. Thank you very much, Hades Yugin. And then Hades is laughing at Mr. Tantric, the same who says against the joker, against incense. But people are very interested. And then we have Lillian Glastonbury. Papa, please, what does it mean when someone gives you nylon bag full of alligator pepper in a dream. Hey, nylon bag. Are you a pepper farmer? They give you alligator pepper. Okay, that's atakwi in a dream. Somebody gave it to you in a dream. It could mean some spiritual thing that you are supposed to do. Alligator pepper is for joker. Maybe the person is telling you to go and look for joker, plenty, Lillian. So it must have some reason, unless of course you are trading in alligator pepper, and that's why the person is giving to you. Then it's a different thing. But otherwise, it must have something to do with you. You must go look for some spiritual peace for your own life. Okay, now people on the clubhouse, can we go on? If anybody there who wants to ask or add something to what we are saying already.
Hello, Mr. Echo, Shamba, Samuel, Ray, Kojo, Nuku, Judith, Daniel. If you guys have any questions, please go ahead. Hello, this is Daniel.
Hello, Daniel. How are you?
Samuel.
Okay, Samuel. How are you? Please speak loudly so that we can all hear you and other people can hear you as well.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, maybe you must bring the microphone or the phones this in a little bit closer to your lips so that it can come out well.
Okay.
Yes,
you're
it's fine.
Speaking earlier
it's fine
about,
now. Mm-hmm. Hi, Samuel.
Okay, you were speaking earlier about. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, you were speaking earlier about checking with E5 before you feed your spirit. I was wondering, should you check with E5 before you feed your ancestral spirit?
No, usually.
Like when you guys do the ancestral feeding, should I check with E5 before I do it?
No, for the ancestral feeding, what we do is that at the end of every year, we do feed the ancestors. We also feed the witches before feeding our spirits or feeding all the energies that we work with. For this, we don't usually do any reading before doing that. However, when you are doing your own reading and it appears in your reading that you should feed the ancestors or you should feed witches or feed legba or feed anything, then you follow the directions of the reading. But just at the end of the year that I decide to feed all my spirits, I don't ask them, should I feed you or I shouldn't feed you? Because I have seen that they have worked through all the year with me and I am happy with their work. I am also showing my appreciation by gathering all the spirits that I'm going to have been working with me to say thank you to them. It's a kind of thanksgiving. And I cannot just thank my spirits alone because my ancestors had also been part of the whole journey. Because whatever I am doing was passed down from them to me. And then to some of the teachers that have taught me, and now they have transitioned into another world. For this, I just feed them. The only question I will ask them is, what do I use in feeding you? And once they say, okay, feed us with this, then I go ahead. On the other hand, the guy's question that he was asking was about feeding your boni fa afa and also feeding a se. So for feeding a se and afa, It is also a yearly thing. You do it at the beginning of the year. You feed your afa and you feed your ese. Sometimes, if we did not do it in the beginning of the year, then we do it at the end of the year. But if you are doing a reading for another different purpose, and all of a sudden your essay comes in that feed me, then you have to feed the essay, but you must ask the essay, what do I use in feeding you? What do you want me to feed you with? Then the essay will tell you. The same thing with the afa. And if afa comes in your reading, that you should feed it, you have to ask the afa, what do I use in feeding you? Then you do. But otherwise, at the end of the year, when you are doing your prayers, it is automatic for you to feed your ancestors and also feed your spirits that are with you. So somewhere, that's what it is. For that one, we don't ask them, do we have to feed you or we don't have to feed you? We know we must feed them. And then the only thing we may ask them is that, what do we use in feeding you? That is what we will ask. I hope this is clear.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. I'm very grateful for the question. Anybody in the clubhouse again who wanted to ask a question? Okay, let's go to YouTube. We have some interesting questions here. Please bring it down. Let me see the interesting questions in the YouTube. No. Go up. Okay, we have Mario Young saying, Daddy, you look sick. I hope you get well soon. Thank you very much, Mario. I'll get well. Thank you very much. And then we have Joe Dega again saying, actually, you look better than last time. The Spirit helped him live. Thank you all for my concern for my health. Then we have Samuel Duck here. Hello, how are you doing today? Okay, Samuel, I am a bit better than it was yesterday. Thank you very much. Then we have Joe Dega again. I want to come to Africa to feed all the ancestors' spirits so they can help me move more on my journey. Plus, I want to learn who I don't know. Search you will find. I want to learn who I don't know. Search you will find. I'm not very clear with this question, but the first part of your question, which says I want to come to feed all the ancestors' spirits so they can help me move on my journey. I think you can feed your ancestors even if you don't come to Africa physically. And your ancestors are mostly people who are on your blood journey. So, Joe, you don't need to come to Africa to feed your ancestors. Your ancestors are there where you were born at. Maybe the known ones and the unknowns may be in Africa, but probably you don't even know their names. So you coming to Africa will not make any changes. It's a very big mistake that a lot of the Africans in the diaspora say, oh, they want to feed their ancestors. And then they come to Ghana, they go to the castle. So my ancestors come and eat. There's nothing like that. It's a big, big, big mistake. There is nothing like that. So my ancestors, I'm here, come and eat. It doesn't exist. There's nobody in ancestral world called ancestor. There is nobody in the ancestral world with the name ancestor. You have to know your ancestors on your bloodline. And also sometimes the people who had helped you in your lifetime, if they pass on, you can add these people to your bloodline ancestors because they had also contributed to your existence here. Those are the people you call ancestors. You don't just call something general that ancestors. There's nobody in ancestral world called ancestor. So you coming to Africa and say you may come and feed all your ancestors. There's nobody here you are coming to feed all your ancestors. Your ancestors are from the people that you know already. People who gave birth to your parents, your uncles, your aunties, your grandfathers, your grandmothers, your great-grandfathers, your great-grandmothers. Those are people you call your ancestors. And each and every one of these people have names. Those are the people you call ancestors. There is nobody in the ancestral world with the name my ancestor. A lot of people from the diaspora have been making this mistake. And when you scrutinize them and ask them questions critically, you realize that they don't even know what they are doing. They don't even know what they are coming to do. They are just flying in the air with no legs touching the ground. I'm coming to put a big bodua or something we call a saucy in Ewe, the one that people used to dance in this year, or when a chief sits down, they hold that one. They thought that when they just buy that and hold it in their hand, they reach Africa, they are queens and kings. It's all lie. It's only you are king inside your head. Nobody regards you as a king or a queen. And then you go around deceiving people that you are looking for your ancestors. Where are you going to find them? Your ancestors are the immediate people you know. And when you are able to connect with those immediate ones you know, then you take it from there and say that the known and the unknown should join in the known. Then you feed them. So it is not any great thing to do by coming to Africa before you feed your ancestors. Your ancestors had already moved on to where you were born at. Try to connect with those immediate ancestors, and they will connect with the ones that you don't know. So coming to Africa and searching for ancestors, there is nobody, somebody will just take your money and deceive you that, oh, you are from this family, come and give us drink and money and we'll pray to your ancestors for you. It's all a joke. We at African Magic Temple, we are teaching you the real thing because we want you to be self-sufficient and be empowered in order to do things for yourself. Don't come to anywhere and somebody say, oh, I'm looking and say, oh, I saw your ancestors were in this family, go there. It's all lies. Unless you have the ancestors, their names, and then their names are able to be connected to some family here in Ghana or anywhere in Africa, then alone can you trace. But then even then, you may use DNA to trace the family, because here in Africa, we may have one simple family name, but this same family name is in many, many, many tribes. So which one are you coming from? Don't let anybody deceive you and play on you if you are really looking for the way to connect with your ancestors. That's not the way. That is just a show business, just to show off and that you have come to meet your ancestors. I remember some time ago, there was a lady on this program who said that she came to Africa and they installed her a queen on her ancestral stool. So I asked, she was asking a question, so how can she offer drinks to the ancestors? I said, many people install you on a chieftaincy stool, which you are saying that it is on your ancestral line. Why wouldn't they be able to tell you how to feed them? And I think since that day, she never came to this program again, because she has seen that she has fumbled. You know, people are coming around looking for chieftaincy titles, looking for titles to be given them so that when they go back home, they go and scam their people that they are queen or kings and princes in Africa. If you don't come from any family here in Africa, you can never be a princess or a king or a chief. The only chieftaincy title they can bestow on you is called Ngoyi Fia or Nkoswohini. And that one is only because you brought money and they are putting that kind of title for you for development chief. You have no stool, no family lineage whatsoever. So please, you people out there, stop deceiving yourself. If you don't have any family lineage or DNA lineage to any family ancestral stool, don't deceive yourself that you are coming to become a chief or king or princess. That's all lies. You're just going to use that to be scamming your people over there. So, Joe Dega, you can always feed your ancestors. Even if you are far away in Haiti, you want to feed your ancestors, try to locate your ancestors on your maternal line and on your paternal line. And if you think that some people had contributed into your life and has made a progress or development in your life, you can, and they are passed on to the other side, you can add their names, send the names to people who know how to do this feeding, and they will feed your ancestors for you, and you will be happy. You don't need to come to Africa and be searching for where your ancestors are. You may or you may never find. You will only meet deceit and liars, scammers who want to take your money. Thank you very much, Joe. And then Joe Daga is again saying, what is Ifa exactly and how does it correlate with Voodoo? I would like to get a reading from Ifa priest. Joe, Ifa is a philosophy and a discipline which came from, at least the latest we can know, came from the Yoruba people of Nigeria, the Yoruba tribe of Nigeria. And Ifa is as old as the beginning of the world. Ifa is based on a binary math. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And this same binary system is what is the base of computer today. And that's why if those of you who are a little bit older, you remember that there was a computer system that was called the Oracle. It's a search engine. Said, is an Oracle, was it a search engine or is a search? Or,
they are the biggest computer technology provider.
Okay, the biggest computer technology provider called the Oracle, and the base is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's what is on the board here. So you ask the question, I'll give you the answer. So This is the Ifa system, binary, based on 1, 2, 1, 2, and that solves the whole problem of the world. And it has been materialized and brought to the system of what we call computer today. That's why the computer always, when you go into the computer, you can calculate, you can do all things with your computer. But the base of this computer thing is on this, the oracle. That's why we call it the oracle. And so when the people who are doing computer finally realize that the oracle is the one who tells the story and explains about life, they gave the name to that system, the oracle. So when we say we are consulting the oracle, it is this system that we are consulting. But you know, the Western mind always try to tell you that you as a black person, you don't know anything. And they told us to like or to put our mind on Jesus Christ, so that our attention will be diverted from what knowledge our ancestors have put in place to guide our lives. And people, I think this thing is not charging. It's not charging. It went off. Move the thing from it. That thing doesn't charge. Move it to here. Yeah, it's okay. Open, put it on. Put that there. So the binary system had been, no, if you turn it like that, I can't see the people.
I want to check the connection.
I think it's connected. So the binary system had been there long before the world starts. You know, we have male, female, day, night, good, bad. All this thing is based on this system. Up, down. That's what the binary system is all based on. And it has been the base of Ifa. And this Ifa has got each oracle, or each oracle is a spirit on its own. It is not just a drawing like 1, 1, 2, 2. No, each one is a spirit on its own. That's why the people who know about Ifa and has been initiated into Ifa, you are taught each spirit, and each spirit has 16 stories in it. That's like the first you get 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, making 4 ones on the right, 4 ones on the left. And that is 8 ones. It has its own story. And it tells you what life is. Broken down into pieces, you'll be able to find your place within it. So, Joe Dega, Afa, the Eves call this very Ifa, the Eves call it Afa. And all the Vodus that we work with, whether in West Africa or in the diaspora in Haiti, all the Orisha that people work with all fall within this binary system called Ifa or Afa. There are other parts of the world who also practice the same. Even in the Arabic world, when you see the Arabic people who draw or write things in the sand, when they write it, without counting it, they write. And then they cross it out, 2, 2, 2. And if one remain, become the odd, then they draw that one. When it becomes an even, that's what they draw. So it's also the same like even and odd. And It is even said in the Bible that Jesus Christ draw some signs in the sand, gather the sand, spit on it, and put on a blind person's eyes, and the eyes open. It is in the Bible. So the Afa or the Ifa system is an old discipline that our ancestors were able to discover. This was the knowledge that Queen of Sheba, as it is in the Bible, had taken. That time there was no Jesus Christ, so there was no Christianity. That knowledge is what the Queen of Sheba gathered. She has this thing, because Queen of Sheba, to say originally, the Queen of Sheba has certain things that I have read. Maybe I'm here to be corrected again. It's not from Ethiopia. Queen of Sheba came from Yoruba land and went all the way to Israel to meet Solomon because of her knowledge and wisdom. Solomon gave her respect. It is because of this system, knowledge and wisdom gathered in people. So our ancestors were not stupid. Actually, they did a lot. But we became stupid because we were told we didn't know anything, and we accepted it. So Mr. Joe Dega, the Afa or Ifa, is the way, the pathfinder, the one that gives you the direction to your life, how you should live your life. And it is there to answer any question whatsoever in this world. So that is what Ifa, Afa is all about. If you want to do a reading, consult a very good Ifa priest or Afa Bokor, and they should be able to help you to find a proper reading. So we have Joe Dega again. When the Ifa said a chicken blood, who is he offering it, who is he offering it to? Who does the Ifa priest offer the sacrifice to? Whenever you do a reading, they will tell you. When you do a reading, in the reading, the oracle that will fall, they will tell you who to give it to. It is not just in the air that chicken blood. Ifa doesn't work like that. Ifa doesn't work like that. When they mention that they should give something to something, whoever they will say they should give it to will be in the Ifa reading. So when you do the reading, it will tell you. It is not my place to tell you who to be given to, because you have not even done a reading. So how can I say that this is what it should be given to? When you do a reading, the reading will tell you who the chicken should be offered to. Yes, and then Joe again said, you feed your ancestor spirits with water every morning. No, we don't feed them with water every morning. We pour libation. I think you are getting a lot of confusion here. He said you feed your ancestor spirits with water every morning. With a white cap first, you do the four corners salute. The four corners, can you give water to your ancestor on your mother's side? And that's not the way we do our feeding. No. This is a completely different thing you are saying. You are talking about the four cardinal points. The four cardinal points are not our way of doing our feeding. So please go back into your own things, where you are getting that things from. You are mixing up astrology with voodoo, this thing. You are mixing up astrology and all this thing together. Please, that's not the way we do our feeding. Our feeding system is totally different. So please watch my videos. You see how we do feeding. Get yourself into it, then you will know. When you are an outsider and asking questions, you can never understand what question you yourself so please get involved. If you want to do a reading, do a reading. And let the reading point the way you should do things. We don't just do things from what has just been written down or by imagination. The truth about it is that when you do a reading and a proper reader is able to read for you, you will see the direction they give you, and it will be surprised to you that they are able to pinpoint things that are known only to you yourself. And then Joe was laughing, saying, put a Bible under your pillow and sleep on it. Put a Quran under your pillow and sleep on it. Yeah, it's funny, but it is the truth. It's not going to do anything. Nothing will come out of it. You can sleep on it. It does not mean any different. We don't live by faith. Our religion, which is not a religion actually, it's a spirituality. It's based on formula. You don't need to believe in whatever we do. If the formula is correct, the answers will be correct, and your solution will come for you. So we don't deal with faith. We are not faith-based kind of thing. And then Joe, the guy, I hope one day I will be one of those people that initiate people in the United States. Yes, that's very true. Everybody can become a priest if you get a good teacher who can train you to become a priest. It's not like people come and get one single initiation and then they get back to the diaspora and then they start to make themselves like priests and priestesses and using it to scam people. We don't do that at our shrine. And then Joe Dega, they say, I did a lot of training in Haiti, so with your training, I know I will be one of the ones to initiate people in the Miami, Florida area. I hope and pray that that comes true. And then my Afa told me I'm a priest. Afa cannot tell you you are a priest. Afa can tell you that you probably in your past life, you were a priest. Or Afa can advise you that go and learn so that you can become a priest. You cannot be a priest if you have not been initiated into priesthood. So your Afa cannot just tell you that you are a priest. That's what is happening to a lot of people. They do reading and then they say, oh, my Afa says I'm a priest, so I am a priest. Without even learning, without getting initiated or anything, then you just start carrying yourself like the people who carry themselves that oh, their reading told them that they were kings in their past life. So even if they are laborers today, they raise their arms and pretend to be a king. You don't have any kingdom anywhere, so stop behaving like that. If you are a laborer, you are a laborer. You don't have any kingdom anywhere. If they ask you where is your kingdom, where are you going to point to? And if you have a kingdom, why are you doing laborer job? Why don't you go and be a king where you have your kingdom? Let's be real when we are doing spirituality. Spirituality is not just imagination and pretending to be. It's a practical thing. And if you don't have that practicality in your life, what all the other things you are doing is just self-deceit. Okay, we have a regardless Teddy here. Greetings, Papa. Does the good essay and bad essay war against each other, and what makes one seed stronger than the other? Essay comes for everybody. There is negative and there is positive. We all have positivity within us, and we all have negativity within us as well. Just like there is day time, there is also night time. There is good and there is evil. There is light and there is darkness in everything. So in our destinies or in our essay, in some people, the negative is more stronger than the positive. And also in some other people, the positive is more stronger than the negative. It is not you who in this life decided that your essay or destiny should be more positive than negative, or to be more negative than positive. When you are born with both. And if the people who are your parents or your guardians or people who are looking after you are smart, they can see the way your life is growing, and they will see whether the positive one is active or the negative one is active. No children that cry in their dreams at night without anything. They just cry and start to feel uncomfortable and will wake up and cry, and then their parents will put them back to sleep. According to the Ewe culture or Ewe spirituality, in such children, their negative essay has started trying to take control over them. And if you are a wise person and your child is going through that, the first thing to do quickly is to remove the negative essay or balance it. And then if you balance it, before you know, it is that child will stop crying in their dream and stop talking in their dreams. But if it is left until the child grows up, you'll see that the child will have a happiness in doing bad things than doing good things. You'll be spoiling things, you'll be doing all these things. But you being a father, you will only be complaining, but you don't know what is causing that. So it is not by our own wish that you want your good essay to be stronger or your bad essay to be stronger. You are born with it. We have a place in Ewe traditional spirituality that we call a sepe, where we say the land of Ese, where we all originated from. So when you are coming from Esepe, you make certain pledges before you come onto the world to be born as a child. Some of these pledges follow you all here, and they have effect on you. So regardless study, if you want to know more about essay, your essay, please do a reading and let them give you the proper direction. And then you will know what is going on in your life and fix it. Kofi, I think they brought the corn. Have they brought it? Because they said the guy was at the looking for the place, so they should feed the birds. They are feeding them. Okay. So regardless study, that's my take on it. But if it is not very clear, you can still ask a follow-up question, or anybody else can ask a follow-up question, and I'll try to clarify that one. And then we have Bolaji Ali. Oh, get well soon, Papa. Thank you very much, Bolaji. I'm very grateful to all of you. Then we have Samuel Dak. When I watch your videos, all the demons leave my body and stop hurting me. We thank God for that. Thank you, Samuel. And then we have Joe Dega. Coffee, water, what that? Coffee, water, that's what you feed your Ifa. My brother, Joe Dega, if you want to know about Ifa and Afa, get initiated. Nobody feed their Afa with coffee and water. Me, I have never fed. If you are not, you don't know what Afa is. So how do you know that it is coffee and water that they are using? Please be real. Find the real thing from the real source than to be speculating and creating confusion for you and other people. Nobody is feeding their Afa with coffee. Okay? If you want to get Afa, get initiated. Go get to an Afa priest or Ifa priest. Let them teach you what it is. Don't use speculations and come and muddy my teachings. I beg you. Nobody is feeding their. You were saying you don't even know what Afa is, and Ifa is, and I'm telling you now. You are saying they are feeding Afa with coffee and water. Well, who told you so? Please, you ask question, but ask reasonable and sensible question. What you know, ask question about it. What you don't know, ask the question in such a way that I can teach you or some other person can explain to you. Nobody in our Africa here, we are not feeding our Afa with coffee. Afa has the kind of food it eats. And that's what they use in feeding it, not coffee. Say, let me ask. Go ahead with your question, but let your questions be sensible. You see, Joe Odega, you are talking about what you do in Haiti. We first salute Papa Legba, Ati Bon Legba, Ati Bon Legba. After that, we salute the twins or feed them. They are called Marasa. Sometimes it is 3, but only the kids can eat their food. Their food only consists of sweets. My brother, it is a totally different thing we do here in Africa, where all these things originated from before you people are getting the residue over there. We don't do those things here. That's not what we do in feeding our Afa and Legba. We feed Legba with food. We feed Legba with chicken. We feed Legba with blood. We feed Legba even with cooked food. We don't have any twins to feed them with sweet and all these things. The twins fall into a different category of vodus. So please, if you want to learn, learn. Don't suggest the things you do over there. We are the origination of Voodoo and Ifa or Afa before it went into the world. So when we are teaching you, listen to us and take a clue from what we teach. So what are the twin spirits of kids called in your country? We don't salute any twins after Legba in our teachings here. So please just forget that. I'm not going to read your questions anymore. Let's see. Yes, Ian Campbell, could you explain people reincarnating into animals? Okay, people reincarnating into animals, into trees, into stones. It's a very deep philosophy. It is very difficult for a lot of people who have not been really initiated to understand this concept. But let me just say it in a very simple way. If you have been a human being on this plane of life, or this surface of life, or in this phase of life, your duty here is to learn more so that you can progress into godhood. But when you come onto this plane and your only desire is to eat food, sleep, defend yourself, and have sex, which are the 4 fundamental factors. Eating, sleeping, procrastination, self-defense, and I think there's one more. If that is all that you do in this life, and you don't make any effort to develop yourself from stage A to stage B, or from point A to point B, and that's all that you do, you are more like an animal, because animals also have the same instincts. They have the same desires like us. Animals eat. They procreate. They find a shelter to hide themselves. They defend themselves when they see danger. And I think, my mind is not working very well, but at least this 4 is with human beings and it is with animals. But the desire for the great to be greater than what it is, that desire, even sometimes it's in some animals. That's why some want to be the boss, like the alpha in animals. But if you are a human being and everything is only limited to that small desires, and you cannot move it to look for the greater happiness, which is, people may call it God or spirituality or whatever they call it. You are still like an animal. You are only in a human body. And if that continues, that you die on, you only keep that you die and you come back into this world again and you continue that, there is a very great possibility that your next incarnation will be in the form of animal. Or sometimes you may even be doing spiritual work and progressing on your spiritual path. But some of your deeds become so heinous that nature sees your wickedness and the way you behave while you are here. You may be given an animal body to experience what you have done, whereby you cannot talk so that people will understand. There are so many things you would want to do but you cannot do. And the Lord, God, or nature, let's say so, because for me, nature is God and God is nature. God will put you in a situation, nature will put you in a situation where you become an animal. This is very difficult philosophy to break down to many people who have not been on this path, on the real path for long. So that's why I don't really teach some of these things and only teach it in privacy. People I know that they have gotten the light in such a way that when you explain certain things, it's more easier for them. It is good to do good, even if no one is seeing it. And if it is, you are doing bad things in secrecy, and you think no one is seeing it, so long as, and as long as you yourself, you have seen it, somebody has seen it, and it will reflect back to you. So the incarnation and reincarnation all depends on the way you live your life. So Ian, that's my take on that one. Okay, so we are done with the YouTube. Joe Dega, I see your questions are just too many, like a children's question. That's why I stopped feeding, because you are coming from a different base, not what I am teaching here. I agree that you are asking questions, but the questions you are asking are totally different from what I teach. When you want to learn in the direction that your teacher is teaching you, and then you can understand. Because when you say the questions you put there, say what are the twin spirits kids called in your country? Despite that you salute after Papa Legba. We don't salute any twin spirit after Papa Legba in the tradition that I am teaching. You say in Haiti we feed our ancestors and our habitation. Yeah, here too we feed our ancestors and we feed the spirits that we work with. But the habitation, I don't understand. You say it is basically where my parents grew up, their parents grew up, and your great-great-great-parents grew up. That is the habitation you are talking about. Okay? Maybe people feed their habitation. I don't feed my habitation. I feed my ancestors. And once I feed my ancestors, it is already connected to everything. And I think that's the last questions of Joe Digger. When we have finished Ian Campbell's question, now we go to regardless. Teddy Papa, does the good essay determine our success in life, or we ourselves? How can you yourself determine your success in life? If your essay is against you, you can do all the best that you have, but you will not get there. That's why in every language there is a song that to be rich is from yourself. To be an important person to yourself and to society is from yourself. To be handsome is also yourself. To be beautiful, it is from yourself. To live long, it's yourself. To die early too is yourself. Because essay is the one that begets each and every human being differently from the other. Jogbese gives to each one accordingly. So in our Ewe cosmology and understanding of Ewe spirituality, Ese is one of the gods that created human beings, and is the one that directs your path when you are created. And if your Ese is against you, then you lose it all, or you have missed it all. That's why Ewes have children like called Sena, Senyu, Selinam, Sedinam, Setonam, Senyu, Sebuabe, Sechuafia. All kind of esse. So among the gods, among the three trinity of Ewe cosmology, which is Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata, and Mauga Ese. Among these three, the destiny or the Se is the most celebrated in the Ewe culture. You will not hear anybody giving a child Mauga Kitikata or Kitikata, or you will not hear anybody giving his or her child Sobolisa. But you hear people giving the name Senyo, Seto, Sedinam. And each name is connected to Se. Like they say, Sena. The word Sena is saying a Se has gifted, or a gift from my Ese. And when you get the name Senyu, Senyu means my destiny is good. And when you get the name Setonam, Setonam means my Ese has answered me. So the word Ese is the most celebrated among the Trinity in Ewe cosmology. So if your Ese is not good, or is not on a good side, according to the Ewe Vodu cosmology, then nothing is going to happen in your life. That's why we celebrate Ese, and that's why the Ewes know how to align people's Ese. If it is not going on well, they can edit it in such a way that it should go on well, so that your life will be good. And if some good thing happened to you, people will say, means your Ese has answered you. There's another name for the Ese. People call it Aklama, which also the same thing as Ese. Aklama. So your Aklama has worked for you. So in another Ewe dialect, it's called Aklama. So, what do you call it? Regardless, when your Ese is good, you will be successful. If your Ese is bad, you cannot do anything on your own. There's nothing you can do on your own and be successful if your Ese is not good. Thank you. let me go to. Okay, let's hear from the clubhouse first and see if there's anybody wanted to say anything from there. Senna,
Hello, Papa.
Ca-
We're here.
can you hear me?
Good to your audience, Samuel Shamba. Do you have any follow-up questions about essay?
Come and connect.
Go ahead.
I think our JBL is not working well, so let us connect the JBL and see. Connect, check it. Okay, now I think. Can you talk again and see if you can hear me?
Yes, Papa, can you hear me now?
Okay, now the JBL is working. Okay, thank you. Yes, Nuku, Shamba, and everybody, my regards to all of you, Brother Eko, and all of you at the clubhouse. If you have any questions concerning our discussions, please go ahead.
Yes, Papa.
Yes, Shamba.
Shamba.
Yes.
Yes, I was just wanted to ask, whenever you feed your essay, do you always feed your essay with the male and female chicken?
Yes, a say always take two animals. It doesn't take only one single one, because as you know, we have the negative and we have the positive. So always a say is two things. It never accept only one thing. So you must always get a male and a female. It cannot also be two males or two females. You must balance it two ways. So you must always feed your essay this thing. And also, if you realize when you are giving water to the essay, it's always 2 times 1, 2. Always when you spit or you sprinkle water on it from your mouth, it should be 2. And when you are using your middle fingers to feed it, also you realize that you put the 2 middle fingers into the water and give it, and then again. So everything of essay is always double.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome, Shamba. We will be keeping your Amazega herbs for you, so when you come, anytime you come, you will be able to take them and put into your Amaze pot. But your mother's medicine, I'm going to collect it, but if anybody come from the US and is going back, I may give the medicine to them to bring to your mom. And if they can take the herbs, we can add them to it and you get to you.
Oh, thank you, Papa. I was actually worried about that. I was just thinking like, man, I missed the whole ceremony. But it's okay.
But you
Thank you.
You haven't missed it. Even though physically you were not here, we make preparations and arrangements for you, so don't worry about it. Because Pele also isn't here, and we're going to mail his herbs also to him in Japan.
Thank you, Papa. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, anybody on the clubhouse that wants to ask any question again?
Yes, Papa. I have a question. I mean, it's a little different from the topic right now, but it's based on the theme of what we've been discussing 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago, you gave us a brief topic on your moving from Christianity. Last week, you talked us a little bit about Nigeria and Ethiopia, and I was hoping maybe you can just say a few words about India and how that relates to your destiny, maybe. Because maybe before you even started doing and working with your destiny was very strong with you, and somehow it led you to go to India. And it's a part of your life that I think was a very significant part of your life that I'm very interested in hearing, and I think some of our listeners may be interested. So if you're not too tired, because I don't want to keep you here too long because you're not feeling too well.
Okay, Senna, thank you. The point is that it is not until they set up your destiny for you or remove your negative destiny, that's when your destiny starts working. Your destiny comes into the world with you the very, very, very day that you appear as a baby in this world. And even before you will come into this world, your destiny decides the kind of parents that will give birth to you. So it is not after you are born before your destiny comes to come and work with you. It is when you are growing and then you come across what destiny is, then you begin to ask yourself, what is my destiny? What does it have in store for me? So destiny does not come with you when you get to know who knows about destiny or how destiny is done, where the bad one is removed and the good one stays. Destiny comes into the world with you. And it is that very destiny that is going to direct you in everything that you are doing. Your failures, your successes, and everything is being controlled and under the control of that destiny. So it is not like you begin to know destiny as I am teaching about it today before destiny starts working with you. And it is in every culture, not only in every culture, even in the European culture, there is a word called destiny. So that means there is a spirit or the entity or whatever they may call it, called destiny, which directs everybody, whether you are a British, an African, you are an Indian, or whatever you are. It is in every culture because that energy plays a very big role in everybody's life. That's why it is there. Otherwise, white people will not have a name for it called destiny. We, the Ewes, we don't call it destiny in our language. We call it Jogbese. And the accounts call it Nkra Ebia. The Yorubas call it Karada. Karada. That is how the Yorubas call it. And I think the Japanese call it Umme. Every other culture has their own name for that, what we are calling esse in Ewe. That means it exists in every culture. Whether every culture knows how to work it to their advantage or not is what is remained to be known or researched. But I believe very strongly that every culture knows how to work it to the advantage. Maybe there may not be too many people, or people may ignore it and feel that it does not mean anything. Then they don't go for it. But I believe strongly that in every culture, people may be there who can work the destiny to the advantage of each and every one that is born. So in my case, I was born by a widow woman. My mother was widowed when she was pregnant with my immediate senior brother. My mother's husband was shot in a hunting spree. They went for a hunting, and then another hunter shot him and he died. At that time, my mother was already pregnant with one of my senior brothers, my immediate senior brother. So when my mother delivered my elder brother, and after going through all her widow rights, my father met her, and I was born. So as I said earlier, in every culture, when a widow gives birth to a child after widowhood rights, if the child is born a girl, that child will be called Afiefa. Eves don't just give names to children just for giving names like how people do today. You take a name for your child. Let's say, for instance, you call your child Anita. What is the meaning in Ewe? Doesn't have any meaning. Yeah, you have to go and look into book in the white man's book before you know the meaning of Anita. But when an Ewe man hears the name Afiefa, automatically they understand. They don't need to go to any book. Or if an Ewe man hears the name Seiram, you don't need to go to any book before you find out what is the meaning of Seiram. So Ewes do not give names to children just like that. It's only today's Ewes who don't even know. People give names that they don't even understand. If you ask them, so I like the name, finish. So if I were to be born a girl after my mother had gone through the widowhood rites, I should have been called Afiefa, means the house has cooled down. The house has cooled down. But unfortunately, I was born a boy, and my name is Adika. And what does Adika means in Ewe? It means there is still competition between the husband who died and the new husband. They are rivals. So the man who died is not happy that the wife has been taken away by another man. That's why I was born a boy. And usually, a child who is born with that background is not quiet. It's always wanting to be on the run. It's always wanting more. I'm not talking about food or money, but knowledge. It's always inquisitive. It's always trying everything. So I was born Adika, and that's my destiny chose that for me. So for me, from my very childhood, as far as I can remember, I had always been looking for knowledge, doing things. Where I started with the Bible, as I had always said. Of course, my mother took me through so many shrines when I was growing up because I was always sick. I was always sick. So for my mother, I need to be alive. She didn't want me to die. So she took me through my aunties who were priestesses, their shrines, barbs, all kind of things. So when I grew up, I continued the journey through whatever I have gone through until I ended up in India, where I have to study about Hinduism. I was initiated, as I had always said, to be a monk, which I carried that also out. And after all that, I finally came back to my roots, where all began from. As I said, my mother took me through shrines and all this. And I came back and I'm teaching today. So it's my destiny that has passed me through all these places. Wanting me to know, gather information, so that when I settle to talk about my culture, our spirituality, I will be able to teach it and explain it for even a child to understand that it is not evil. But had I not gone through other teachings and experiments and experiences, how would I have known what Hinduism is, what Buddhism is, what Islam is, what is all these things before comparing them to our own culture, to say that there is nothing wrong with our culture. It is just that people from Arab land, they are also talking about their culture. The Europeans are talking about their culture. The Asians are talking about their culture. So what is wrong when we talk about our culture? And is our culture evil just because we are black people? Or God doesn't like black people? Or God is only for the Arabs and the Jews or the European, and then the black people have to go and worship it? It is because of my destiny passing me through all these things for me to gather information so that when I teach, I can compare and explain to people. So I think I'll just leave it there. Destiny plays a role in everybody's life. Even whatever everybody is going through right now, it is your destiny. It is up to you to find out whether to straighten it up or let it be like that. So destiny, according to the Ewe culture, is very, very important, and people should pay attention to it if you want to make a way, and a very successful way in life. Pay attention to your destiny. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Okay, let me go back to Facebook. We have our sister in Saudi Arabia, Doris Amwa, say, hello, good evening, Toby. Please, at what point do we use two hands to pour libation? Okay, Doris. From my teaching, I use the right hand to pray to the spirits that I work with, because they are not ancestors, they are not dead. I use my right hand to pray to them. And I use my left hand. I use my left hand to pray to the dead people, the ancestors. But if I'm going to hold a cup like this to pray, most of the time I only pray to the ancestral stool, Togbizipi, that I use both hands. Because under the Togbizipi is we the living and also the dead. So I use both hands. I'm calling upon the living that the Togbizipi should protect us, and also calling upon the dead that are our ancestors. They all also come under the Togbizipi. So I pour libation sometimes with both hands for them. But most of the time I've even forgotten. I just use the left for the dead, and I use the right for Togbizipi and the living. So that is it, Doris. So you can use your left for the dead if you want. Some people even use the right for the dead. But my teacher who taught me told me to use the left for the dead and use the right for the living. So that's what I follow. Because the things that I learn is what I teach. I don't do or teach what I don't know about. Thank you, Doris. And then we have, what is the name? Astroyal? What is the name there? As Royals Comp, eh? Yes. Okay, we have somebody with the name As Royal Comp. Good, but what's that before you? Is it Besa or Juju item? My brother, that's not your concern. It is before me, it's not before you, so you don't need to know what it is. All the things that you can ask is that one. Some of you don't know what you want. Hades, you can say, Papa Christopher, I have a question. Kind of topic, but how do you feel about vaccination? I see the post on Facebook about traveling to Ghana and see vaccination is necessary. I'm not vaccinated and totally against it. Would love your season through on it. Is there any way around it? Hayden's Yugin, there is COVID going around in the world is killing some people and is making others sick. And also, some people are not dying, some people are alive. We also have rules and regulations in the world where the governments of the countries in which we live in are also controlled by certain other organizations like the United Nations and whatsoever. If you don't want to be vaccinated, that is you. And whoever wanted to be vaccinated to, that is that person. It is not my place to tell people to get vaccination or not to get vaccination. If vaccination is what should make the world move on for you, then get vaccinated. If you feel that you don't want to be vaccinated, that is your that's your problem. It is not me who is sitting here who will decide who should be vaccinated and who should not be vaccinated. So that's my take on that question. It is not me who decides who takes vaccination or who does not take vaccination. We are hearing that COVID is killing people. And true, it is killing people. So the world is saying vaccination is the one that will stop people from dying from COVID. We all agree on that. I think everybody agreed on that. If you want to be alive or you want to be dead, it is you yourself who decide. I may have decided my side, but my side is only my own personal thing, and it is not for anybody to share with. Whether I have gotten a vaccination already or I have not gotten a vaccination already, it is my decision, and I am living with that. Thank you. Then we have tantric power again. Papa, please explain the concept of Tron Vodu. Is this a combination of many Voodoo inside? Tantric power, I did not get your question. A Tron is also a Voodoo. But what is a Tron? A Tron has got many other people associated with it. And it covers a very big area or community in society and caters for many people. That is what we call a tron in Ewe language. But voodoo can be only for one person, like this. It is mine, and you don't even know I have it. I put it in my pocket and I'm walking around. How would you know? But I cannot carry a tron and be walking around, because a throne is supposed to be for general community where everybody goes and asks for help and it takes care of people. That's what a throne is. Of course, a throne also is a voodoo, but it's a voodoo that covers more which is more responsible for more people than just a few people. That's the difference between a voodoo and a throne. I don't know whether anybody else have any other explanation to that, but that's what I know and that's what I work with. Then we have Hades Yugin. There is no one in the ancestral realm called ancestor. Had to make a note of that one Baba. Yes, there's nobody in the ancestral world whose name is called ancestor. So people who kept saying my ancestors come and drink, there's nobody who is coming to drink anything. You are just pouring water or pouring drink on the ground for yourself. Nobody is coming because nobody has any name called ancestor. You need to know their names. If you are feeding Kofi, call Kofi Kuma, call Kofi Che, call the people you know. Mention their names and say, oh, Kofi Che, Ajima, come and drink. Kofi Kuma Ahaliga, come and have a drink. Mention the name of your ancestor that you are feeling. Don't just say my ancestor. There's nobody with the name ancestor. So thank you, Yumin. And then we have Delali say, please, can I put a request before my essay and promise to offer him an offering when he fulfills it? If you already have essay made for you, then in that case, you can say you are putting a request before your essay. But if essay is not made for you, how do you put a request before the essay? However, you can pray to your essay and say, oh, my job essay, I need to work with you, but I don't know how to work with you. Please help me to overcome these challenges so that I will look for a place where they will teach me how to work with you. And if your essay really is active and listening, it will answer you. But if you don't have your essay made for you, how are you going to put a request before it? It's just like you don't have AFA and you say you want to have a request with AFA. Or better still, you don't have a bicycle. Then you want to go to the next village. Then you wish in your mind that, oh, I wish I have a bicycle, I will be in the next village by now. Whether you wish or you don't wish, you are not going anywhere. You are just going to stand the same place because you don't have any bicycle to ride to the next village. It's as simple as that. But if your essay, at least if your negative essay has been done, yes, you have every right to ask your positive essay, even though it has not been set up yet, that, oh, please, my essay, I'm working towards setting you up. Please wake up and help me to achieve this, to achieve that, so that when things get better, I will be able to have enough money to get you set up for me. That is a more positive approach than just saying, I put a request before your essay when you don't have an essay made for you. I'm sorry to say so, but that's how it is. But if you yourself, you think your essay has been answering you, in some people, their positive essay is strong already. You can make a request, and if you start getting answers, that's also good, because everybody has a essay, whether it is set up for you or not. But how to be able to approach it and make it work for you, that's what matters. Saeed, I think ask Raman if you should buy some Coca-Cola or Fanta or something. You are sure? What do you want them to buy? And so you go, well, come and take money. No, it's okay, don't worry. You have money. Okay, go and buy it for him. And Koku, do you want something too? Are you sure? Okay. Okay, so Delali say it's also going on. Also, when is the best time for one to visit his family store? Any time is best to visit your family store, Delali. The first thing you have to do is to know who is in charge of your family store. When you know who is in charge of your family store, you can consult the person and ask the person, when would be the best time for me to come so that you can pray or consult the family store for me? And the person who is in charge of your family store should be the best person to tell you when to come and when not to come. So get in touch with knowing who is in charge of your family ancestral stool. Then all these things will make sense to you. Asking me here will not really give you the correct answer, because each and every person, each and every house has their own family stool, and they have heads of these family stools. the heads of the family stools are the ones who know what you are supposed to bring to the family stool before they pray for you, the days that they open the door, the times that they open the door, and what is done at that family stool shrine. So, Delali, get in touch with your family and find out who is in charge of the family stool. Then they will give you the guidance. Thank you. And then we have Hades Eugene again. Papa, do you burn hell notes or ancestor money to your ancestors? Hayden Eugene, in African traditional spirituality or in Voodoo, we don't burn money or burn hell notes. That burning of hell notes and ancestors' money is coming from Chinese traditional spirituality. It's not from African traditional spirituality. This is where most people got it wrong, especially people in the diaspora. People are adding yoga, adding Chinese traditional spirituality, Japanese traditional spirituality, Arabic traditional spirituality, and just everything like a hodgepodge. And they are calling it Voodoo, and they are calling it African traditional spirituality. There is nowhere in African traditional spirituality or in Voodoo where you burn any money for ancestors. There is nothing like that. At least I have been in this tradition for years. I have never seen it done by any of my ancestors or by any of my grandfathers or my teachers whatsoever. I only come to know about it in the Chinese traditional spirituality, where they burn money for ancestors in heaven. We don't use money. Spirits don't use money. Spirits don't use money. The only place you will see in African traditional spirituality, especially Voodoo, Ewe Vodu, is when somebody dies and they are going to bury the person. Loved ones get coins, not even paper money. Like the smallest money, currency in the country, and they put it in the coffin of the dead person, saying that when you are going to cross the river between life into another life, use this to pay for your boat, the boat that will carry you from our space to the space where you are going, because it is believed that when people die, they go to a river bank and they wait, their souls or their spirits or their destinies wait at the river bank for the angel of death, who will bring the boat, and they join the boat and they take them to the other side of life. I won't call it death. That's why in Ewe they have a town in Ewe language called Kutonu. Kutonu. People call it Kutonu, Kutonu, Kutonu. It's in Benin Republic. The real name in Ewe is Kutonu, the river of death. The bank of the river of death. That's the name of that town called Kutonu. And people today are using French and English ways of calling it Kutonu, Kutonu, Kutonu. It's called Kutonu. Ku means death. To means river. Nu means at the bank of. Kutonu. So our people believe that when a person dies, your soul goes to that bank of a river and wait. And when the boat comes and you join the boat, then you go to the other side. Then truly you are dead. Some people go to Cotonou, but because the boat did not come, they come back here and the dead person wake up. That means the person is in coma to a point everybody knows he's dead, but the person will wake up. That means you could not cross the river. That's why you are back to life. It happens many, many times. So in our traditional spirituality, there is no ancestral money that you are going to take and they will burn hell money. That is from a Chinese traditional spirituality. It has nothing to do with African traditional spirituality, Voodoo, or whatever. Yeah, just like Eugen Hades himself saying, do you believe it has any relevance? I know it started as a Chinese or Japanese tradition. Have you integrated it into your practice? No, we have not integrated things that do not have any base in our culture into our traditional spirituality. We want to teach pure Ewe traditional spirituality here at our shrine. If we should add anything to it, then it is the Kabbalah, because we believe very strongly that the Ewes also have a root in Kabbalah that is practiced by the Jews. So that's why I have studied Kabbalah and I inculcate Kabbalah into my teachings when it becomes, but I don't mix them. And I have not inculcated any Chinese or Japanese thing. If there is any Japanese thing in my tradition, then it will just be the same, because the Japanese also feed their ancestors just like we do, and they also use herbs to do things just like we do. And I think the Chinese also do the same. So, but that paper money and spirit money, ancestors' notes, no, we don't have it. What we do for our ancestors is that we cook food for them. When we need them to work for us, we buy food, we do a reading, ask them what do they want to do before helping us, what do they want to be fed with before helping us. They tell us, we do that for them, and we see the answers coming on the practical surface of the earth for us. Answers come. That's why I say Voodoo is not built on faith. It's practicality, reality of things that make Voodoo. So I don't not put those Chinese and Japanese things of paper burning or burning of money and sending to the spirit world. No, at least as I am alive now, I have not added that one to it, and I don't think I would. If tomorrow I am no more here, my children are doing that, you people should remind them that that is not part of African traditional spirituality. Yes, then we have our sister, big sister Oluchi Osuoke in France. Great evening, Papa, with peace and love. And my regards to the family. Thank you very much, big sister. Same to you, and our regards to you, and wishing you all the best, peace and love. Thank you. And then we have Hades Yurin again. Our tradition is not based on faith, but on formula. Dropping jewels today, Baba. Taking notes. Okay, thank you, Yurin. We don't base, our tradition is not based on faith. That you just believe and it will happen. It will not happen. You can believe and believe, it will not happen. If out of your belief anything happens, then you are lucky that some air has blown and brought that to you. No. It is based on formula. Then Alvin LeBron Hill Jr. is saying, hello Alvin, how are you? Thank you for joining us today. How is the baby and mother, the children in all? Good to see you here again. And we have Alvin saying, Alafia, Papa. Hello, Alafia. And Papa, peace and blessings to you. Things are getting better, but I haven't forgot what you told me. I have something for you today. I will call you on WhatsApp later. Also, I will send package today too. I thank you for all you have done, all that you are. There should be more people like you in the world. We all bless and love you and yours. I wait your arrival someday. The family says hello. We are all watching now. Thank you very much, Alvin. I'm very grateful, and thank you for such a beautiful words. My regards to your wife, as I said, and to all the children and to the little baby. My blessings to them. Thank you very much. The Alvin again said, my daughter does this in her sleep, like somebody is bothering her. She says she is scared. She comes in every night. I will talk to you about this as well. Yes, that's the negative essay trying to take charge of her life. And if you don't do it fast, what will happen is that when she grows up, her life will be in trouble. The essay or the negative essay will be tormenting her and then take charge of her life, and it will be disturbing her life, which is not very good. The earlier, the better. Yeah. Because once she grows, that crying and everything will stop, but then it will come now physically to the material world that anything she'll be trying, she won't be succeeding, no matter how much effort and she'll be putting in, and even you, the parents, may be putting the efforts and everything, but it will be disturbing her. That is a 7. It is the Aries have studied all this, and that's why they know that the negative destiny start trying to take charge of your life at a very early age. It's not like the positive one doing that. So it suppresses the positive. So the positive cannot rise up and defend you and control your affairs. Rather, the negative takes that charge. So when you begin to notice these things, the earlier you try to stop it, the better. But a 7 to remove the negative essay or to suppress the negative one is not something you can do online. It is done physically and practically. So we'll talk about it later. And then Hades Yugin said, our purpose here is to become godlike. Yes, our purpose on this earth is to become godlike. We are not here to be bosses over anybody. We are here to become godlike so that we can continue teaching and helping others as they come into new human beings. Because animals also move from animal body and become humans or get into human body. And they have to have so many experiences over and over before they become real humans. And those people who have come here many times and become godlike are the ones going to teach and guide these beings. We all have the right to return to where we came from, but it is a process. And then my Lizzie Ashokai is saying, my father's last words, just do good. That's wonderful, Lizzie. Thank you. That's very true. Just do good. Sorry, I kept coughing because my health is not the best, but I have to do my best to teach. So Hayden's Yugin say, I love how practical and straight up you are with your wisdom. Malcolm X said, make it plain. Peace and blessing, Baba. Thank you very much, Hayden's Yugin. I'm very grateful for that. Why hide the truth if you know it? There's nothing you gain by hiding the truth if you really know it. If you know the truth, teach other people so that they can also know the truth, so that they can also use it for their own benefit and the benefit of the people who depends on them and people who may come across them. I wrote a note on my Facebook today. I don't know, Seiram or Said, you can go. It's also on my Facebook story today. And if you people can put that one up, it will be very good for people to see. I wrote that to Nora. She asked me a question I wrote that to her. You see, that one is very important. People should read that. Can help them. It's my story, so yeah, yes, that's it. If you can, is there a way you can bring it in? Maybe you have to copy it. Okay, you be trying that while I answer people's questions. So, Eugen, Hades Eugen, that's it. Life is very simple and plain. It's only when you don't know what you are talking about and you create stories that confuses people. But if we know what you are talking about, you don't need to bring confusion to people. Then we have our sister Oluchi also, okay? So yes, we call it Chi in Igbo language. That's why we have the word Chineke, Chibuzo, or Oluchi. That's the destiny. So in every language, every culture has it. Your Chi is you, is the one that is going to lead you through this life to another life, and also bring you back into this life again if you need to come back here. The Chi never dies. The Chi remains the same forever and go through so many experiences. And the more your Chi experience, the better human being you become. When you incarnate again. Thank you very much, big sister. I'm very grateful for that. And then we have Kobe Royal Income. Please, the sound is low. We can't hear. Watching you from Germany. Oh, really? Please, they will check it because I have not had the complaint, but you just say, are you people making the sound there very low? Because I think here, okay, that's, I think those on Clubhouse, they are hearing me. Okay, Kobe Royal Income, please let me know. I think it's almost 29 minutes ago. Let me know. But anyway, he said he cannot hear, so if it is okay, just let us know now. Hades Yugen is a right hand to pray to spirits, work with, and the living. Left hand to pray to ancestors and the dead. Yes, that's what I am. This is how I had been taught, and that's how I am teaching. And that's why, if you notice my prayer all the time, I use the right hand for the spirits that I am working with, and then I use the left hand for the dead and my ancestors. So that is what it is. That's what I had been taught, and that's what I work with. And then Kabir Roya including Papa, it is me again. My question might not be in the topic. Yeah, go ahead. If it's not necessary, we don't have any topic. It's people who bring questions, and then we try to answer it if I know the answer. So, Papa, it is me again. My question might not be in the topic of today, but if you please do me a kind gesture. Is that true that Western Togoland people came from Israel? If it is true, how did they come to Ghana and not other African land watching from Germany? Kobe Royal, the Togo, Western Togo land people. I think that name is created by Papa B. We are called Eves. We are not Western Togoland people. We are called Eves. And the Ewe nation stretches from the border of Badagry, which in our own language we call it Agbadagri or Badagri, stretches from the border of Badagry in Nigeria all the way to the eastern part of is it eastern part or western part of Ghana, or what would you call it? Gold Coast. So there is nothing like Western Togoland people coming from Israel or whatsoever. The Ewe nation starts from the border of Nigeria, or even one town in Nigeria, Badagry, all the way down to Volta region of Ghana, as you may see in today's map drawing. That is the Ewe nation. But whether the Ewes have come from Israel, that I still don't believe that. I don't think so. But do the Ewes need to come from Israel to be able to have spiritual power? Is the Israeli nation older than the Ewe nation, that Ewes feel like they have to associate or link their root to Israel to make them authentic in spirituality? Are the Jewish people more spiritual than the Ewes? Or is the Jewish nation older than the Ewe nation or older than the Ewes? Those questions we have to ask ourselves. So the Ewes who are trying to link their ancestry to the Israeli roots, they have their own reasons. But for me here, I am only teaching about Ewe knowledge. I also learned that at one time, the Ewes were also in Kemet, which is today's Egypt. And Ewes being in Kemet, the Jews also were at a time in Kemet, which is today's Egypt. So there is possibility that the Ewes and the Jews have met somewhere along the journey of migration. But I don't think the Ewes are Jews or the Jews are Ewes. That is my take. People may be trying to prove how Ewes are Jews and how Jews listen, but I don't have that proof to give anybody. I am an Ewe man from Hohoi in the Volta region, Hohoi and Pando in the Volta region, and that's where I know I came from. And I have not seen my grandfather's nose being very long like Abraham's nose. And when I look at myself in the mirror, I don't look anything like Abraham. So I don't see where my roots may be coming from. Abraham. Unless, of course, if you tell me that Abraham that we are seeing in the Bible that has been the father of the Jews was a black man, like my grandfather's face, then. But the Abraham that I had seen since my childhood has a very long nose, very, very, very thin lips, and a very straight hair. So I don't see where I am related to him at. But that's my take. Somebody also has their own proof. But I don't think the Ewes have to try to make themselves as either coming from the Jews or the Hebrews. And for that matter, all Africans trying to link themselves to the Israelis or the Jews before they are recognized as human beings or recognized as authentic spiritual people who can command nature at will and nature listens to them. So, Mr. Inkum, that's my take on that one. I don't think so. But those who say that they believe that the Ewes are Jews or they came from Israel part, Maybe they have their own proofs to tell, but for me, I don't have any proof yet. Then we have a Raymond logo or Togo. Is it logo? Logo. Raymond logo. Please, can Afa cure? Can Afa cure all diseases? I don't know. The work of Afa is not to cure disease. Raymond, what are you doing? Yeah. Okay. The question I am answering, you people have jumped some questions that I didn't see. There's something I didn't see there. Go up. No, calm down. There was something I saw now. I don't remember reading it. No? Okay. No, not be rushing it. If you are rushing it, how will I be able to know? Raymond Logo is asking, please, can Afa cure all diseases? No, Afa is not a doctor. It's not a healer. What Afa does is, it gives you directions on what to do to cure disease. Afa doesn't cure diseases, so he cannot cure all diseases. He gives directions on what to use to cure or to help a situation. So Afa is not a doctor, it's not healing, it's not curing diseases. But it can give directions. It's just like you are in Ghana and you are sick. You don't know where to go. And you meet somebody on the roadside, or you meet a taxi driver. You ask the taxi driver, I'm having this problem. Where can I go to get it solved? And the taxi driver, oh, I can take you to Kolebu, they can cure you. So the taxi driver puts you inside his car and takes you to Kolebu, which is the biggest teaching hospital in Ghana. And the people at the hospital, they cure you and you are fine. You cannot say that the taxi driver is the one who cure you, or the taxi driver is the one curing all diseases. Taxi driver is only the pathfinder or the director, the one that is giving you the direction where to go and get your cure. So that's what Afa is. Afa doesn't cure diseases. No, a lot of people have this notion and the misunderstanding of spirituality, Voodoo, Afa, Ifa, and they come out with all kind of things. Please, learn, study. There's so much and so many information on Afa, Voodoo, and all that you can learn. So, Afa doesn't cure diseases. Then we have Hilarious Oba Sabinus. Hello, Hilarious. It's been a long time. How are you and how is life with you? Thank you very much for joining us. Are you back in England or you are still in Italy? Thank you. And then we have Hades Yugin again. Thanks, Baba. Well spoken. Thank you too. Thank you to Hades. And then we have Billy Cameo. Ashe Papa. To sticking to traditional African spirituality. Thank you very much, Billy Cameo. Very grateful that all of you are listening and benefiting from it. I'm very grateful. It is you, all of you, that make this program interesting, because you are prompting the questions and I am answering them, and all other people are benefiting from it. If you don't come and ask questions, even if it is inside my head, I will not know what to say. I am not here teaching what I know just by sitting down and say, do this, do that. It is upon your questions that I bring out what I know and teach. So when you ask the question, if I know something about it, I will. Okay, there is a question that this guy, Osofo Kofi, was answering or replying to Raymond Logos. He said, please, can Afa cure all diseases? Then Osofo Kofi said, yes, very easy. Okay, that's what is from his point, but from my point, it is not so. And this is my class I am teaching here. I am not teaching anybody that Afa can cure all diseases. I am saying that Afa can give you the direction how to cure your disease and where to cure your disease, what to do to cure your disease. But Afa does not cure diseases. So the person who says that, yes, it is very easy that Afa can cure all diseases, he knows what he is talking about, but not at AMT. In African Magic Temple, we can never say that. Thank you very much, Osofo Kofi Komfo. Let's go on. We have Gregory Kukubo. Gregory Kukubo saying hello. Hello, Gregory, how are you? Thank you very much for joining us. How are you? I am managing my life. Thank you, and how are you too? Hope you are fine. And then Billy Kamo is saying it's good. Then Osofo Komfo Kofi is well spoken. I am with the Africanian Mission, and the teachings are the same from USA. Okay, thank you, Osofo Komfo Kofi. And then we have Egla Ajaho, Your Majesty Togbi Bubuto. Oh, Ajaho, I'm not a majesty. I am only Bokono. I'm only teaching. I'm not majesty here. So you are writing in French, they will translate it. So but that's how it says. But I'm not Osofo Bubuto or a Majesty Togbi Bubuto. Just call me Togbi. That's enough for me. Okay, let's go up. Osofo Komfo Kofi say we are from Egypt and Ethiopian area. Yo, we're here. And Osofo Komfo Kofi, Papa, the Jews were in Egypt because they were slaves at a point. That is not totally proven by anybody, because recently there are new research that the Jews had never been slaves in Egypt. Stop what the Bible has told us. There are so many research that is made now that the Jews had never been slaves in Egypt. So I don't take anything people just say just because it has to be said so. No. Jews, they were never slaves in Egypt. People said so. It has been written in the Bible. And even it took 40 years for Jews to move from Egypt to the new land. Have you ever measured how many kilometers between the Israel that they settled and Egypt? I think it is barely 100 kilometers. It's not even. How can it take people 40 good years? So how many steps do they walk in a day? Now the world is opening up. We are not just swallowing what people had said in the Bible. It took people 40 years to walk from that distance. So what were they doing? Were they rolling? Even if they were rolling on the floor, they would have gotten there in a 2 or 3 years time. And the Bible told us that it took them 40 years. How? Let's be realistic here. Osofo Komfo, I'm not buying those stories. We are losing logic, reasoning to teach about our tradition here. We don't just go doing things just because it was written in some fantasy books and storybooks. Hey, I beg you, you may be with the Africanian mission or whatsoever. The things that Africanian mission teaches, I don't teach those things. I have been part of them, and I don't teach what they teach. I have my own research that I made around the world, and not from one culture, from different cultures. When I am teaching, I'm teaching with experience. I'm not teaching with one person or two people's teachings. So please, with all respect, don't come into my space and bring these kind of things and confuse people. I'm teaching reality here. Let's move forward. Then I think again, say, please can Afa cure the suffer confuse? Say, Afa will give you direction. That's what I'm just teaching. Afa gives direction. Afa doesn't cure. Afa will give you direction that do this, do that. And whatever you are, whatever is confronting you, we'll find a solution. So Afa is not going to come and say, I'm curing you. No. I am an Afa Bokor. I've studied Afa. I'm still studying. All my children have been initiated into it. We are all still learning. So we don't just say things just because you want to prove to people that Afa is great. Afa is one of the most wonderful ways of African traditional spirituality that has been put in place. And they have rules and regulations and the ways things are done, and you achieve success. But Afa by itself is just a guide to achieve results. Afa will not do things like this. But Afa will guide you that do this, do that, and you get answers. That's what Afa does. It's a guide. It's a diviner. It's the one that leads the way or shows you the way to get to things. It's like a compass. When you want to go to a direction, Afa will be able to give you the direction like a compass, or let's say satellite, and tell you what to do or where this thing is and how to find it. But Afa itself is not going to go and give it to you. He give you the direction, and when you follow that direction to the brim, you will find that you have been led to the place. But Afa is not going to go and bring the thing and give you. And then we have our sister Jenna Renee Henderson. Hello, Jenna. Thank you very much for joining the section. Good afternoon, Father. I'm here again to keep learning. I have a question, Father. What is the difference between working with ancestral spirits versus voodoo? What is the experience like? Let me read more. People read it, raise it up for me. What is the experience like? I understand that initiation must be done after first being granted permission by these energies. And I know that not everyone is capable of working on or handling the power, responsibilities of voodoo, that only a few are called to be priesthood outside of pouring libation for ancestors. Does an African need to be initiated in order to have spiritual protection? Okay, leave it there. Let me bring the whole question down. It's a very long distance, so if I want to answer it at one time, I will get lost. Okay, Jenna, we have what we call ancestral spirits, and then we have ancestors, and also we have what we call nature spirits. So the ancestors are people who were living human beings who had been part of this physical earth before and passed on into life after life, or people who died. The ancestors are the very people that in Christianity, especially in Catholicism, we are calling the saints. And when I say so, somebody say, no, saints are people who are something different. No. You know, when people die, it is not everybody who died in life or people who died on our ancestral line are the people we pour libation for. When you are pouring libation, you pour libation for people who had made influence on your life when they were living. You pour libation for those people and call them to come to your aid, or just giving them drink for the work they have done in your life. So these people are the people that the Catholic Church calls saints. It's not every priest who died in Catholic Church is called a saint. They call the people when they were people who died saints. Those of the people who died, when they were alive, they were able to change human life. They were able to contribute something to humanity. So these people are selected after a certain number of years, and they are canonized. That's the term they use in Catholicism. And then later they are made saints, that they believe that they are spirits, even though they are not in the physical world, will still be guiding people from yonder or beyond the Iron Curtain. So the Catholics will call them, that's why Mother Teresa was made a saint. I think Pope John Paul I also has been made a saint. I was even alive when Pope John Paul was in this world. I was alive when Mother Teresa was in this world. So how come she became a saint already? You know, when we were children, we used to think that the saints were God from because if they say Saint Christopher, Saint Francis of Assisi, you would think that they were just angels in heaven. Until we started growing up, before we got to know that they were just human beings who were living among other human beings. And because of their good deeds and their contribution to humanity, they have been canonized and made into saints. So, in our culture, African culture, our ancestors, or people who were living among us, who had contributed to our family development, had added something to the family, had devoted their lives to the development of the family in one way or the other. When such people die, we now include them in the ancestral group. So we call them ancestors. Because even if your father has just given birth to you, or only given birth to you, and he tried to support you to some point, or at least just by even donating or giving out the seed to give birth to you, and your father passed on, he has done something in your life. You must regard him as an ancestor and pour libation for him. So we are not just calling anybody who is an ancestor, or everybody just. That's why I say ancestors have names. When you are feeding them, mention the names of the people you want to find. You have so many people who die and gone, but maybe they had not been so good to you. Yes, they are dead and gone. They may be your dead relatives. They may be ancestors to some other people. But to you, if they have not contributed anything to you and they were not good to you in life, you may not pour libation by calling their name. Because their benefit to you is not anything. So ancestors are what is called in Catholicism saints. You know, we Africans, as stupid as we may all be, we will be ready to go and worship European ancestors and saints and carry their spatula or scapula on their neck and be bowing our head in front of their statue, putting water and touching our head and say we are praying to the saint. One thing I want to tell you that cement that they use in creating that saint was bought from Africa. It was made in Africa. And then we go and put a hand inside that this thing that was created by another African man and put in a church. And we put hand into it and make a cross. And then we make salute the statue of the saint. And then when we go home, we get back to our houses. So your ancestors are hungry. Hey, I'm not. Those are devils. I'm a Christian. I mean, there must be something wrong inside here. Someone you are not related to anyhow. You are able to go to church and it's also a statue made out of cement. And you are able to salute that one and ask that one to help your life for you. And then the ones that's blood is running in your veins, you say they are devils. There's something wrong here that we need to fix. That's why we have this, our school of Vodu education, to teach you that there's something wrong in your head. You need to correct it. So, ancestors are people who had played part or played a role in this lifetime, and they now pass on to the other side or died and they are in the ancestral world. The ones that have made very prominent impact on your life, whether they die before you were born or they die while you were born, and you have seen their impact in your life, are the ones you call ancestors and you pour libation for. So our ancestors are just the same as saints in the Catholic Church. So working with ancestors is a duty of every family member to pour libation and say thank you, pay homage to your ancestors and say thank you to them for bringing you into this space, bringing you into this classroom. The world is a classroom for us to learn and to grow from.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask a question.
Okay, so this is Samuel.
Samuel, yes.
When you're talking about ancestors and pouring libation to the ones that have contributed to our lives, just for clarification, because I want to be very clear, I'm Haitian, and I think people understand the history of Haiti.
Yes.
Can I pour libation, even if they're not my direct ancestors, can I pour libation to the people, if I know their name, can I pour libation to them for, doing what they did?
Definitely, yes. That's what I'm trying to explain. That the people who had played some role in your life, I think I spoke about this last time. Some may not be directly on your DNA line, but their work and their efforts have brought some change in your life that you are enjoying today. They are the things that they have done, and you are benefiting from it today. You can pay homage by pouring libation for them to say thank you to them for their work that is helping you and the community.
Can I also do it with the ancestral feeding?
Yes, you can do that in your
ancestral feeding too.
You can do that in your ancestral feeding too.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the clarification.
You are welcome, Samuel. Because like me, the names that I mentioned in my ancestral libation, it's not everybody who is on my direct DNA line. But there were people that I had interacted with somewhere along the way in my quest for knowledge and wisdom of our people, and they had giving me an upgrade and upliftment. For these people, I pay respect and homage. So when I pour libation and do ancestral feeding, I feed them too, because if not for them, there are so many things I wouldn't have known. But they had played a role in my life. And what else can I do for them than to pay homage to their names and their memory? Okay, so let's continue with Jenna's question. We just answered a part of it. So Jenna, that is what the about the ancestors. Then ancestral spirits are usually the spirits that your ancestors had worked with. Supposing your ancestors were working with a voodoo called Frida, or a spirit called Frida, and that has helped their lives, and through that you or your father, your grandfather, or people were born. So these ancestral spirits have played part in your life or in the life of your community whatsoever. So these are called ancestral spirits that it has been left behind, because the spirits don't die, just like how human beings spirit doesn't die or do not die. So you pray to these ancestral spirits, and these ancestral spirits are there, left over from your ancestors. Now, Voodoo may be a nature spirit that your ancestors had not worked with, but you going somewhere now to go and pay money and then acquire that knowledge and information, bring it home and use it, and it is working for you. So that is your voodoo. You pray to them too. So you mention some of your ancestral spirits that you know, and then you mention the voodoos that you are working with, and you pour libation for them, as well as the names of the people who had played a role in your life, starting from your great-grandfathers, great-grandmothers, teachers, close friends that you have benefited from. You pour libation to them. This is how it is done. And Jenna went on to say, I understand that initiation must be done at first, being granted permission by these energies, but no, I know that not everyone is capable of working with them. Okay, Jenna, before I say anything, what is initiation? That's the first question. I'll pick from yours. Initiation is simply introduction to a spirit, to a system, to a way of life, or to something. So in spirituality, the word initiation means you being introduced to a spirit or to a spirit world, or to be introduced into the psychic plane, or to things that deal with spirits. That's what initiation in spirituality means. You know what they call in the church baptism? It's also an initiation. It is an initiation into Christianity. Instead of calling it initiation, they call it baptism, because of the history of the first person who started doing that was John the Baptist, who baptized Jesus Christ. And what did John the Baptist do to Jesus? He initiated him into the proper spiritual path. So it is an initiation. So the word initiation simply means to be introduced into spirit as far as spirituality is concerned. There are so many other initiations that doesn't have anything to do with spirituality. But with spirituality, the word initiation means to be introduced to a spirit. So when you are introduced to a spirit, now you can call that spirit's name and pour libation, make requests, put tasks and everything in front of that spirit to fulfill it for you. But supposing you have not been introduced to the spirit, how can you know the name of the spirit? And even if you know the name of the spirit, how would the spirit know you or relate to you? There is no way the spirit can relate to you just because you call its name. It does not know you. So, when you are initiated, you start dealing with whatever you are initiated into. And then, after dealing with that for a while, and you can feel the spirit who you are introduced to working with you, and you working with that spirit, practically it is not imagination, it's not faith. It's working with you and you are working with it, and you can see practically that it's working with you, and you decide to become a priest or a priestess of that particular energy or spirit or entity, divinity, principality. People have all kind of names for it. In Ewe, we call it Vodu. Simple. So if that Vodu or spirit is introduced to you and you're working with the spirit, you can feel it. When you call upon the spirit, it responds. When the spirit wants to tell you something, it affects you or calls you, and you can know that it is this spirit that is calling you. By the time you realize you and the spirit are becoming one, by the time you thought, the spirit reacts. When the spirit thought, you react. Then you know that you have a friend in the spirit world. You have an ally in the spirit world. And now, if you want to represent that spirit on the physical plane and work with it so that you can use it to help other people, then you ask your teacher to teach you or get you a little bit higher or upgrade you from just an ordinary friend of the spirit to the voice of that spirit. Then you become a priest or a priestess. Because when you become a voice of a spirit, then you are a priest or a priestess. That's all that it is, nothing more. But a spirit that you don't know, you have not been introduced to it. And then you just go to shop and they sew some big dress for you, white. You put something and say, I am a priest, I am Baba, I am this. You are deceiving yourself and deceiving other people. Because you cannot even hear the voice of the spirit. You cannot even communicate with the spirit. The spirit doesn't communicate with you, yet still you are making yourself, I'm a priest, I am a priestess. And then you begin to steal other people's videos and pictures, posting it to show that you are the one who is doing this. You are only cheating other people and yourself, because nature doesn't forgive. I want all of you to understand that. Nature does not forgive. Whatever you sow, you reap it. That thing that Christianity says that, oh, if you do bad, you just go and say, Jesus Christ, I am a sinner, forgive me. It's a lie. Oh. You will pay, and you will pay, and you pay until you pay the last coin. And if you think that you are not paying, when things are happening to you, don't be blaming some old lady in your village that is the one, or somebody is disturbing you. It is your own actions that are giving you your coins back. Whatever you plant, that's what you reap. You don't sow corn and go and reap So, Jenna, the work of voodoo is not anything difficult at all. If you are an African, say, move this thing up small. Jenna's, yeah, I want to read it. It's okay. No, bring it down a little. Down. Yeah, I want to. No. I think yes. He said that being granted a permission, these energies, and know that not everyone is capable of. It is true that not everybody or everyone is capable of working with spirits, but with a very proper guidance. Once you are introduced to the spirit, and your teacher and your guide knows what he or she is introducing you into, he or she should be able to guide you so that you can be able to have a relationship with that energy or spirit. And there is no danger or nothing evil whatsoever for you to be not to be able to communicate with it. As I said, if you begin to communicate and you want to become the voice of the energy or the spirit, then they will teach you and tell the energy that from today onwards, this person is going to work with you and you are going to work with that person. So anytime the person, this particular student or okay, let's use the word student, calls you, respond. And the spirits will say, oh, anytime you call me, I'll respond. And if I also make my demands, but mind you, I'm not talking about the demands where people say they will kill human being and do this. No, spirit will only ask you that, okay, use this herb and use that herb. Maybe you are looking at the herb as useless, but the spirit is telling you, use it to cure this sin, use it to do this. And if you use your human judgment, you will avoid it. But if you follow the spirit guide and you are hearing properly, you just use it before you know something great is happening. There were people who were brought into to this house at the point of death, near death points, where they are no more breathing and they'll come and put here. I won't even know what to do. When they brought them, the only thing I do is go take my bottle of drink, I pour libation and I call all the energies around me. And before I know, I start picking herbs. And then I mash those herbs, bath them before everybody, before the eyes of everybody. That person will just start breathing and wake up and sit down. It has happened many, I think some are even on the videos. If you go back into my old videos, you will see this. So it is not you who is doing anything. The direction comes from the energy, the spirit, the entity that is working through you. So it is not always true that not everybody can work with the spirits. Everybody can work with the spirit if only the guide, your teacher, your guru, your master is able to guide you properly so that you don't fall off the way. And also, you shouldn't have pride, because you are not a spirit, you are just human being. Moment you start to develop pride, you will lose your instincts, the way the spirit talks to you, because you will begin to use your own human thoughts and mind to work, and you will be missing things, mixing things, making mistakes, and you will not know what is from the spirit and what is from you, and you will lose. So to be a very good spiritualist and a very successful one, you need to be very humble. Don't take the role of spirits. Be human. And the spirits are always ready to guide and lead you on the path. So Jenna was saying, outside of pouring libation for ancestors, does an African need to be initiated in order to have a spiritual connection? Not only an African, everybody. Africans do not have authority over the whole spiritual world. So it is not a question of an African. Everybody who wants to deal with anything that they don't know about, they need to be initiated. Being born an African does not automatically give you any power over spiritual world or any power to connect with spirits. The only spirits you may be born to connect with, and you probably do not need any initiation into, is your ancestors, and probably to your ancestrals too, because that directly is your DNA line. So you don't need any initiation. But for any other spirituality outside of your ancestral or traditional stool, you need an initiation. You need to be introduced. Without that, what are you calling and who are you praying to? And then, and Voodoo is a spirit, and if you don't know it, you can't use it to your advantage. People just hear about some, like people talk about Baba Legba. Baba Legba. Yes, Baba Legba is one of the spirits in Afa, or people say it's one of the children of Afa. You have not been initiated into Fa. Nobody has introduced Baba Legba to you. And you go to Botanica and go and buy something somebody made, and send it to you, and then they keep it in your house and say, oh, I have Baba Legba. African traditional spirituality is not a religion. It is not something you believe in. It is something that is very practical that you deal with. It is with formula. So those people buying toys from shops and calling them spirits, they are not spirits, so they are just toys. It's only your imagination who is telling you that they are spirits. Because spirits, before a spirit or a legba or any voodoo will be made, there are certain herbs that are put together which draws the energy into that thing that has been made, either a toy or a wood, whatever. If that herbs are not inside and bathed with the thing, you are only having toys. You are joking with and calling it spirit and deceiving yourself and deceiving other people. Africans do not do things like that. We are very practical people. And they are not going to write these things in books so that anybody can start telling lies. That's why you see that most of our spirituality is not written in books. You have to go to the teacher who knows the way and is going to teach you practically and tell you, put this together, put that together, put that together. Let's see the reaction. The teacher is not going to do anything. You just say, you put the whole thing together and then let the teacher give you the seed to swallow. And once you mention the name of the spirit, see whether the spirit will not start vibrating you on its own. The teacher is not going to push you. Once they connect you, if the spirit is real, you will know it is it. It's not like somebody has to tell that, oh, I believe it's happening. No, you don't believe anything. You feel, you experience, you experiment. That's how our traditional spirituality is. It's not based on faith. So, Jenna, you need to be initiated to be able to deal with spirits. The only spirits that you don't need any initiation into are your ancestors, whose generation you came from, and of course, those that had helped you along the way and you recognize them as mothers and fathers, aunties, who had contributed to your current progress in life, are the people you call and you pray to. But if you want to deal with any particular spirit, be it Baba Legba or whatever, and you want to deal with it straight away, you need to be initiated into them. And that gives you connection to them. It's like buying an iPhone. without putting a SIM card into it. You are just holding the shell. It will not work anywhere and it will not call anybody anywhere in the world. Maybe the only good thing you can do today is maybe you get WhatsApp. Maybe that WhatsApp, you have to register it. And the WhatsApp must have a number. Before that iPhone in your hand can receive WhatsApp, Facebook, or whatever, you need to put a SIM that will register it. Otherwise, it can be made out of gold. It will just be a useless thing. So, Jenna, it is time for you to be getting ready to get initiated into something. Thank you. I think other people are also waking up, and their questions are there. And Jenna's question has really prompted me to talk much, and I think it has opened a lot of minds, and we are all going to benefit from this. Please raise the team. Who is there? Okay, wait. Bring it up. She asked some question at the top there. Which is stronger? Are they the same? Does the protection ritual need to be done often? What of this longevity effective with joy and gratitude? I'm not. I bring the question. Bring this. Okay, it said. Also, the pouring libation for ancestors. That an African need to be initiated. Ancestral Vodu, protection Vodu. All of them are important, but you start from where you can. When you feed ancestors, what happens is that you awaken your ancestors in the ancestral world. When you pour libation to your ancestors, you are reminding them that you are their continuity and you are remembering them every day. So they should also remember you to be alive. Take you out of situations that you cannot control as a human being. So that's it. So the ancestors also give you protection. However, there are certain things that are also used by our ancestors as protective things. And those are the things you look for. Longevity depends on the way you live your life. Your longevity in this world does not depend on your ancestors. When they born you today and you don't born yourself again, learn more about yourself so that you can add up or update your own life, you remain like that. When death comes, you go with it. But if you are born and you are updating your own life with things that can clear the ways and then push you up every day, definitely, maybe when death is coming, you would have seen it already and you will give it a sight and it will pass you by because you are upgrading and updating yourself. Like you buy a computer. The computer has a hard drive which has some memory. When that you have been loading it and that memory space is finished, the computer will just be slow computer. If you keep loading it with that same, it's loading that same hard drive, it will fill up. And maybe when it filled up and you are not able to free some space for it, it can crash. But if you continue adding more space to your computer, then the computer could be the same old one, but it is expanded by adding more RAM or all this into your space, and it is comfortable and moving forward. So our lives are just like that. If you are born and you don't want to add anything to it, God does not care. If you want to add things to it, God does not care. It is you who is living your life. And it is up to you to upgrade or decide not to upgrade. So it's all yours. So all these things we are learning, this spirituality that we are learning in our lives, is only to upgrade ourselves so that we can live here a little bit longer than normal. But even after you are doing all this thing and your destiny, and they say, oh, the time you have spent here is enough, let's go home. Huh? You leave it behind and go home. I can take a child to a playground. The child gets excited with so many playing things, and then the mother or father is looking at the time. So the child wants to enjoy this and yet also it's okay, let's go home. The child will not be very happy, but he has to go home and maybe another day he will come again and continue playing. That's how our lives are on this phase of living. So, Jenna, you should be thinking of, if you want to deal in spirituality, you can be praying to your ancestors, pouring libation, feeding them from time to time. But if you want to really have a spirit guide or an ally or a spirit partner that you can work with directly, apart from your ancestors, you need to be initiated. Thank you very much for that question. Okay, let's go up. People in Clubhouse, are you listening?
Yes, Father.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we have Hades Yugin again. Baba, are the mushrooms and technology in every culture? Are there mushrooms and technology in every culture to speak with the realm of death? I found it to be true in Asian, Kemet, and other African spiritual systems. The Eves do not use mushrooms, as I think I said something about it last time. The Eves do not use mushrooms, and we don't use any drug, hallucinating drugs or herbs whatsoever to do our voodoo. To be able to go into the other realms, there are techniques which are used through herbs. I'm not talking about intoxicant herbs like ganja and all this. That's just ordinary herbs and powerful words. Once you are introduced and initiated, your mind, you can be sitting down here, you can also be far away. You can be talking to people, yet still you can still receive information from everywhere like a satellite. We in every traditional spirituality does not use any hallucination drugs, plants, mushrooms, or whatsoever. Some people may be practicing every traditional voodoo or spirituality. They may smoke grass, they may smoke ganja or whatever, but that does not enhance their spirituality, because the base of every spirituality is herbs, and it is not herbs that intoxicate at all. There are herbs that we know, and there are processes that we go. Some of the herbs, they will squeeze them on your eye, some in your nose, some into your fingers, some into your toes. Some you will bath. By doing so, your inner self, your aura will begin to change, and you begin to receive and be able to send. So we in every traditional spirituality do not use hallucinating herbs or mushrooms as in other cultures. No, there is nothing like that. I have not yet come across it. But if that was to be spirituality in Ewe, I think I wouldn't have joined, or I wouldn't have been doing it, because I do not want things that will hallucinate me before finding the truth. I want to find it when I am really myself. So, hello Juliet, welcome. Please come and sit down. So, we don't use hallucinating herbs whatsoever in every traditional spirituality. It is pure herbs and very common herbs. and everybody, even a child, can play with it, because your mind is your power. So if you have to use anything to induce the mind before getting the power to use the mind, then you are crossing another different line. The mind must be very active in order to see what it is seeing, and must be very active to be able to relate what it's seeing back to the people on earth, or back to the physical plane. So no hallucinating herbs in every traditional spirituality. That doesn't mean some people do not smoke weed or ganja or whatever. But it is not the smoking of the weed or ganja that is enhancing the spirituality. No. If you see ganja being used in every spirituality, then it is used as a herb that is put into the voodoo, because it is believed that the ganja or marijuana is also a powerful herb, and they put it inside the voodoo to make the voodoo active. But it is not the smoking that makes the voodoo active at all. The voodoo, just like any other herbs goes into it, some voodoos they add ganja to it to empower it to be active. But it is not when you begin to smoke and you are out of your mind, then you are spiritual. No, you don't have to be out of your mind to be spiritual. You have to be really looking and seeing. Then you can be spiritual. The only thing that happens sometimes in every spirituality is when a spirit decides to mount a person, which we call possession. And it is the possession does not come because you are taking some alcohol or you are taking a hallucinating herb or whatsoever. The possession comes from the spirit, and it is the spirit that decides that it wants to mount or possess somebody to give a message. Then the person will start to tell what has happened or what is to come, and that is called possession. And then the people who are listening will listen and know that this is not just this ordinary person who was among us now that is speaking. Sometimes a spirit will mount a person who is a man, and the man will be speaking in a female voice. Or a spirit will mount a woman, and the woman will speak in a male voice. Or a spirit will mount someone and speak in a different language that the person that is mounted does not speak or is aware of. And definitely there must be somebody who will understand that language and be able to translate it. Like this abochi here, this mirror, it has so many spirits in it. Most of the spirits here are from the northern part of Africa, maybe from the northern part of Ghana, Benin, Burkina, Niger, Mali. That's why it is called abochi. So when this spirit comes, it can speak any language to you, because it depends on where that spirit is coming from. But you as the diviner, you will be able to understand whatever they are saying, and you translate it into the language that people who are with you can understand. That's how it works. So we yogis, we don't use hallucinating herbs in every traditional spirituality. If you get to every traditional spiritualist and start to tell you you have to smoke, you have to do this before we work, then know that the person doesn't know what he's doing. It's not practicing every spirituality. Thank you for that question. And then we have a Kobe Royal Income. Thank you, Papa. The sound is okay now. I just love your submission. How you answer my question. African man don't need to be Israeli to prove his spiritual relevance. I know your hometown. I don't know. I don't follow and share your social media program. Can I please have your number? Watching from Düsseldorf, Germany. Okay, Kobi, definitely my number is already there online. When you go to our page, you will see my number, and you will see the shrine's number too. You can call any of them. It will get to me. Then we have Hades Eugenigenis laughing there. It took them 40 years lowly gouging around, rolling on the floor. Yes, how can you tell me that the Jews left Egypt? The distance between Israel, or where they settled today, they call Israel, and Egypt. I believe the distance is about, it's less than 200 kilometers. And you are telling me that it took them 40 years. So how many steps were they taking in a day? And let's think about it. You can imagine 40 years old. For them to cover 200 kilometers. What were they doing? Were they crawling? Even if your baby is crawling. 40 years is too much. But then we were all made to believe that it is. But we are growing, we are beginning to understand we have to question. 40 years. Hey. Even a worm that is walking on the ground. 40 years for 200 kilometers is too long. So now you are telling me the Jews, they take one step, then they wait for another 1 year before they take another step? Who were they waiting for? Let's come to reality. I mean, when we were children, these things sound very interesting. We were all happy. As you grow, when you are becoming your own, you are beginning to question yourself and question the world and question the stories that you have heard over the years. You will see that there is something missing somewhere. You say the Jews built Israel. The Jews were not the only people who live in Israel. Between the Jews and the black people, who were strongest people? Who could have carried those big, big rocks? Come into your senses. So anyway, that is my take on that. Then we have Raymond Logo. Again, thank you very much for your explanation to my question. Please, can you educate me on calling the spirit of a dead relative ancestor to give direction? How am I going to educate you on you to call a dead spirit when you yourself, you are not a spiritualist? People who are spiritualists, who have connection with spirits, are the ones who can call the spirit of the dead. So if you want to call the spirit of the dead, approach the people who know how to do it. They will tell you the process, and they can invoke the spirit of your dead relative for you to be able to tell them what you want to tell or listen to them. But I also want to warn you that there are so many charlatans out there who have curtains, and somebody hide behind the curtain pretending to be ghost. There's so many of these people out there who pretend to be channeling dead spirits, and they'll tell you a whole lot of things which doesn't exist. But because you don't know, you will just accept them and take it that you spoke with your dead relative. When your dead relative, people who know how to call spirit or call dead people or have association with dead people, when your dead person comes or the spirit of your dead person comes, the person should be able to point out to things that you alone you are aware of and nobody else is aware of, and be able to pinpoint and call names in the family, events that had happened long before they died or even after their death, and must be able to point those things to you. Then you can now know that the person you are speaking or the spirit you are speaking with is really who you want to speak with. Don't let anybody hide inside some curtain, behind some curtain, and close the door and say, those are liars. There are so many of them there. They will be making all kind of noises and tell you, oh, your grandfather said you should cook a granite soup for him. It's a lie. There are so many, and they rated themselves so much in society, in the communities they live, that people believe them. They are all scammers and charlatans. Yes, let's go to Yogin again. I learned from Baba Abbat Ahati, kindly, a year rest in power, that the power of Black Panther is not a fantasy, that is real in Africa. The power is in the plants and fungi. Baba kindly was known to take high doses of mushroom, sometimes up to 50 grams. Hey, this Yugin, me, I don't even know this Baba Ahati Iyi or Kilindi Iyi. I've never even heard of the name before. So whatever he has taught, that is his teaching. I am not teaching that. I am teaching Ewe traditional spirituality, which we call Vodu. And in Vodu, we don't take hallucinating drugs. But if it is in other African traditional spirituality and people take hallucinating drugs or herbs, then that is that. But what my old man taught me, and my fathers have taught me, and the teachers from whom I have learned what I'm teaching you, there had never been anything like taking a hallucinating drugs. And you can also check from my students across the globe whether I had ever introduced or spoke about hallucinating drugs and agents that can help their spirituality. Your mind needs to be very clear if you want to connect with the spirit world. You cannot connect with the spirit world where you are under hallucination. No, that's not what I have learned. Okay, move the cursor up. Let me see the last question, and we go to Facebook and go to YouTube. Yes. Okay. Now, Kenneth Boss HQ say, Papa, please close all talisman. Please, Papa, please, do all talisman come with its incantation? A talisman is a spirit. If they don't come with incantation, how are you going to call them? If a talisman does not come with incantation, or at least with a name, how are you going to use it? There are talismans somebody will make for you, and so you just take it and let it protect you as a gift. But you can ask the person, what is the name of that talisman? The person may give you the name. But the talismans that come from my shrine, or the talismans that I construct here, I must initiate you into them before you can really use them to your advantage. I must give you the seed that goes with the talisman, or the names or the incantation of the talisman. So when you swallow the seed and you have the talisman, when you mention the name of the talisman in your hand, the talisman should be able to vibrate and move your hand without anybody touching you. Then alone I know that you have got a spirit that is helping you or is going to be with you and guide you. I'm not going to give you a piece of paper and put charcoal inside and say, talisman, take it and go. For me personally, it doesn't work. It must be a living thing. It must be an entity that can protect, defend, and guide you. Talisman's work is to protect and defend you. And if it is not able to do that, what's the use of keeping it? Say my monitor is going to go off in 32 seconds. So, Kenneth, that's my take on that question. And then we have Hayden's Yuginege Baba. Get well. Appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you very much. I will get well, definitely. This is some of the comes. What would they call the hazards of the profession? Comes with the work. So I'll be fine. And then Alfred Abekubini said, "Good day, Papa." Hello, Alfred. How are you? Thank you for joining us. And then we have Hades Eugene laughing, and then Oluchi also laughing. And I think that's how far we have come on the Facebook. Let's look on YouTube if there is any, and then we go to Clubhouse and we close this section. I was thinking that I am not strong enough to do the section today, but I think we have done more than 2 hours. Okay, I think we will go to regardless Teddy was asking a question. Can someone who have bad essay or destiny and still successful in life? Yes and no. It will depend on what success can or what will be successful in. Because somebody who has a bad essay, maybe his bad essay will make him to become an armed robber and be doing bad things and killing people and holding the gun. Whether you will call that success or failure, I don't know. Because essay, form, or bad destiny only leads you towards the bad line of life. But if the good one is aligned properly, or the bad one is aligned so that they all balance, then you have this. But I'm not the one who makes essay. I'm not the one who form anybody's essay. Essay comes with you to the world. It is you yourself. You can look into your life and see that, oh, I have a bad essay, but I'm successful. That's up to you. But whatever my ancestors told and taught us, we have been seeing it in the life of people, and that's why I teach according to their line. So regardless, Teddy, if you have a bad destiny and it is making you successful, then it is you who will come and tell us that, oh, even though you have a bad destiny and your bad destiny is making you successful, then we learn from that. But so far, what I have learned and seen, a lot of people who have bad destiny that is very active in their life, they have tried everything. Sometimes they can even be promoted to the highest office, but they'll drop. And when they look into it, they say it is their destiny. So that's it. And then we have Bolaji Ali. Hello, Papa. Is Jokpata the right protective spirit in war situation? I don't know whether Jokpata is the right protective spirit in a war situation. There are so many spirits that protect people during wars. And I don't have all the spirits in the world. I am only working with the spirits that I know. the spirits that I have been introduced into, the spirits that agree to work with me. And in my shrine, Jokpata is a protective spirit. Whether it is the spirit of protection in war or not, I don't know. But Jokpata has protected a lot of us and many other people around the world, and people have their own individual stories to tell. Jokpata may not be the only protective spirit in all, but at my shrine is one of the spirits that we rated very high when it comes to protection, because we have seen it working in our lives and in the lives of people who come to become part of it. So we will talk about Jokpata. Maybe in another person's shrine, they have got a spirit that is a protective spirit or a warrior spirit that can protect people. They will talk about that. And if any spirit in my shrine tomorrow started acting and protecting people and helping us and helping others, of course, we will let people know that, oh, this spirit can also protect you, that can protect you from danger. There are so many spirits in this shrine, and each one is doing its own work accordingly. Some are protecting, some are defending, some are opening doors, some are bringing good things into people's lives. And each one has their own work, but they all work together as a team under my leadership. So that's how I work with spirits. Each and every one is important, and I work with them all. Then we have somebody called Sergeant WBAI, who, good afternoon from Brooklyn, and Body. I'm honored to be here. Oh, thank you, Kojo. We are also happy that you join us. We have Brenda Norton, VASF Tech. Okay, I don't know what that means. Thank you for joining. Then we have Rehova. Good evening, Papa. I pray you feel better soon. Thank you very much, Rehova. And then Rehova is saying, I have a question. Please, many cultures restrict pork. It's bad spiritually. Pork may be bad if your spirit that you are dealing with say they don't eat pork. Palm wine may be a bad drink for you if the spirits that you are working with, they say they don't like palm wine. Alcohol in general may be a bad drink for you if the spirits you're working with say you shouldn't drink alcohol. But in general, pork, alcohol, palm wine, whatever, may be taken by other people and it's fine with them. The Catholics, they eat pork. They still do spiritual things. The Jehovah Witness people, they talk about everybody not being God's children. Only them, they are the God's children. And they eat pork. They are also doing their own. Where I stand is where I talk about. I don't talk about other people's spirituality or whatsoever. I do not eat pork because the entities that I work with forbid me from eating pork. Why they forbid me from eating pork is because, according to them, if I'm eating pork, they cannot work with me the way they wanted to work with me. And I want to work with them. So I stop eating pork. I don't know about you. So don't use my example that I don't eat pork, so everybody shouldn't eat pork. No, that's not what spirituality is all about. If what you are working with tells you that, oh, if you are using this or you are doing this, it will be hard for me to come closer to you. But if you don't mind, you can stop. But if you think that you like it, you can go ahead. But then the way I will work with you will be limited. And if I am a person who is the beggar, whose hands must be always looking for something, I follow rules, I follow regulations, because I want to know and I want to associate with them. It's just like you getting a girlfriend and you are smoking, and your girlfriend tells you that, oh, I don't like the smell of tobacco. So when you smoke tobacco, please don't come closer to me. Then you decide, okay, yes, okay, I won't smoke. You go and hide somewhere and you smoke. Now you must know that when you are coming, you must wash your mouth properly before reaching. But later in your breath, the smoke is coming to come out. So it is up to you if you want to stay with that girlfriend or you want that girlfriend to stay with you or not to stay with you. So for me, when my spirits or the entities that I work with tells me that they don't want me to do certain things, including eating of pork, I don't eat pork. But there are some spiritualists who are also African traditional spiritualists. They like pork and they eat pork. That means the entities that they are working with do not forbid them from eating pork. So it is not a general thing whereby you say that pork eating is bad or pork eating is good. If what you are dealing with does not like the foods you eat and you still you want to continue dealing with them, then you must follow their direction and regulations. So it is up to you. If you want to eat pork, it's up to you. If you don't want to eat pork, it's up to you. But me, I don't eat pork. Then we have public relations saying, Papa, good morning. Can you explain the role of Voodoo and group other than technology? Do you have any stories of something that Voodoo Egu has done? Public relation. Why do you want to know the story of Egu apart from technology? You have to tell me. If Egu had not been doing anything for our ancestors, Egu wouldn't have been part of our traditional spiritual items or shrines. Egu has a lot of things that it has done, and it has done it for many people in our tradition. So I don't see why I have to explain what Egu has done before people want to do. If you get into Voodoo, you will know what Egu does. Thank you. Even our people did not even know about the technological part of Egu. The only thing they know is whether you call that technology that Egu is the one that make a hoe, cutlass, gun, this. If that is called technology. But at least when you get a cutlass and you go to the bush, you will clean your forest and plant things, and when the time comes, you can bring food home to eat. Is that not doing something good? So Egu has so many things that he has done for our people. That's why it is respected. And then Rehoboth said, thank you. Okay, technical team, please let's go. I think we are done with all these ones yet now. So Jean Gaben is saying, thanks for teaching, Papa. Thank you very much, Jean Gaben. I was expecting you. You said you were coming this week, but I didn't see you. So anyway, thank you very much for joining the section, and my regards to your wife and your mother-in-law. On Clubhouse, do you have anything?
Yes, greetings, Papa. This is Alana. I'm on Clubhouse.
Yes, Alana, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing okay. Thank you for having these spaces. It's not as a direct a question, Papa, but more something I would love for you to respond to if you are willing. I'm not initiated in any African traditional religion, but I feel like there is some purpose, maybe that for me, and maybe that will be part of my purpose down the road. I was in a clubhouse room recently. Priests in the Lukumi tradition were talking, and I got a different take on something that I would love you to respond to. The priest was talking about the idea of a lot of us like Eleos, people who are non-initiates but are just learning and beginning a journey in a traditional system. This idea of us wanting to work with the spirits. You know, everybody wants to know what the spirit can do for them, something like that. And so anyway, as opposed to maybe as opposed to maybe something like serving, what the Orisha or the Vodun, what purpose maybe you might have here on earth, and what purpose that spirit might have, and how you can help accomplish that. Again, I'm an outsider listening in very intently, so I might be getting something maybe a little off, but that was the general feeling and sentiment that I was getting. And I just wanted to know what you would say about that, because I do think that sometimes folks who are coming into these traditions kind of use spirits as kind of like lucky charms, and everybody wants to know, how the spirits can help improve their life. And though I do see that being of value for sure, but there was something interesting about hearing about, no, I'm here to serve the spirits. They're not necessarily working for me, though I understand that spirits can work for you. So if you understand what I'm trying to say, I would love for you to maybe respond to that idea of working for the Vodun, or serving the Vodun, or how you kind of see yourself in that, and how you see folks who are interested in the traditions and learning how we should really think about that. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much, Alana. That's a very good question, and a very long one indeed. You see, there's a very big difference in spirituality, or between spirituality and religion. A lot of people, especially from the diaspora, are coming from the background of Christianity into our tradition, or into African tradition. And because a lot of people are coming from a Christian base or a religious base, most people believe that African tradition, there is a religion in Africa that we have to belong to. Lukumi, I think, is more connected with Ifa. And Ifa,
yes,
Ifa is a religion, and at the same time spirituality. Why is Ifa a religion? Because in Ifa they have hierarchies. This person is above this god beget that child and begin this and that. The spiritual aspect of Ifa or Afa does have nothing to do with religion. It does have nothing to do with the worshipping. It has nothing to do with the, what will I call it, gele. The way people will wear some big headgear and wear this and be dancing and go into river and dance. The spiritual part of Ifa doesn't have anything to do with that. That is just a religious aspect. And at my shrine, we don't propagate the religious aspect. We are teaching about the practicality, the spiritual aspect of Ifa, or Afa as we the Ewe's call it. But majority of people, especially coming from the diaspora, wants to follow something which is similar to Christianity, whereby they can go and dance and call on some gods and then dance with their names and then worship them, and like how it's done in Hinduism and all this thing. We in Ewe Afa, we don't do that. That's a big difference between the Ifa that the Nigerians sent to the diaspora and the ones that we practice in Ewe land. The Ewes got the Afa from the Nigerians, but we use it as a pathfinder to work our voodoo, how to get answers to our problems. But majority of people just want to have something that they can be kneeling down for every day and praying to and singing songs for. That is faith. That is just a belief system. We don't use belief system in our system. We use practicality, logic, reason to achieve things. We are not, we are very practical people. We are not doing worshiping and dancing and singing. Yes, once in a while when we are feeding the ancestors or feeding the voodoos and all this, we'll play drum and dance and sing names of voodoos. But we are not doing that in our daily way because it becomes religion. Spirituality is totally different from religion because spirituality is not based on faith. You can either choose not to believe. If it's going to work, the formula is correct, it's working. It is not your belief that is going to make it work. It is not how many songs you sing for a particular voodoo that will make the voodoo to work for you. If the formula is not correct, you are not getting anything. That's what we practice, and that's what I teach. It is not that Lukumi and people say, oh, you have to get some beads on your neck and this Shango is with you just because you are wearing. You are not initiated into Shango and then you just put the beads on your neck so you say, I'm a child of Shango. For what? You cannot be child of Shango if you are not initiated into Shango. Those things that are just done in the diaspora and just deceiving and fooling people. I'm sorry to say so. If Shango will work for you as a Shango as your head spirit, then you must be initiated into Shango in the proper way. Not wearing of the beads that changes anything. That's why we here, you don't see us wearing anything. We are just like that. But when we work for you, use the formula, you get answers. So Alana, get initiated. Get some good teacher. Get initiated. And then you begin to understand the spirituality of Ifa. And you will begin to understand what voodoo is. If you are not initiated into voodoo, you can go and dance all night, all day. That voodoo is not going to do anything for you. You only get drunk with alcohol and fall down somewhere. But if you know the name of the voodoo and you know what to do and you pour libation or you do certain things, the answer will come directly. It is not a question of celebration. It's a question of practicality, doing things practical that can bring results. Because if we are going to come from Christianity and go back worshiping and singing and no answers are coming, it's better we remain with the white man and continue calling Jesus. Because when you come into African traditional spirituality, you must get results. That should prove to you that your ancestors were not stupid to put this system down. But if you come back into African traditional spirituality and you are doing the same thing like a religion, like put something on an altar and everybody dancing around it and singing song and playing drum for it so that the spirit will come and work, it is not going to work. If the priest that is in charge of the spirit is doing the correct thing, then the greatest or the highest you could get will be maybe the spirit will mount somebody and express itself. But it's not going to mount everybody. It is just going to select somebody from the whole and mount that person. Probably that person also got some initiation in some way. So that worshipping aspect is what I don't teach here. I am teaching the practical, formula-oriented Afa and Voodoo. People want to possess something, and so I'm no more going to church. And I'm now practicing African religion. Africa doesn't have a religion. If Africa has a religion, who is the founder? Who is the founder? The nearest you can come to is Ifa. That's why I say Ifa is a religion as well as a spirituality. In the sense that somebody will tell you Orunmila is the founder of Ifa, or Oduduwa, or whatever. But go into other African traditional spirituality and ask them who is the founder. Nobody. It's a spirituality is come from nature. People study nature. Nature spirits whisper into their ears. They put things together, and the things start happening, start working. Religion is something that is founded by human beings. That's why we may say Ifa, they say Orunmila, people say Lumina, or whatever. In Voodoo, I've never even heard who is the founder of any Voodoo. In my shrine, maybe today if I am no more alive, or even if I'm alive, and they ask who founded African Magic Temple, then they can mention my name that I founded the African Magic Temple. But I'm not the founder of any Voodoo here. The Voodoos I got from different places, but as a shrine, I am the founder of the shrine. But none of the Voodoos in Eveland whatsoever has got anybody say he's the founder. Even Tronpeto Deka, which is also Alafia Voodoo, or some Voodoo that is very common in Ghana and in Togo. They're calling a gentleman or one of our ancestors called Tony Viaji. Say, oh, he was the founder. That means he was the one who came and established that a Tronpeto Deka as a Voodoo, so that people can associate with it and it's working with them. But he also got it from somewhere. So who is the founder? In Voodoo, nobody founded anything. We are all just using what our ancestors have learned, and then whatever you'll be sitting down and some spirit will whisper to you that do this, do that, and then you get the answer. So the problem with the diaspora is people like to worship. People like to worship as if they were back in Christianity. That's why I tell you the whole confusion is there. That's why anybody who just come to Africa and get initiated one time, he has become a Baba and becomes a Yanifa or whatever, and people start worshiping him, and we begin to expect people to worship them. And everybody is wearing some Nigerian clothing or some African clothing, then that means they are spiritualists. Sorry to say, but that is what is going on. But spirituality is a practical thing, and it goes with formula. It is not a religious thing. Once the correct herbs are set up, the practicality of the spirit that you want to deal with must show itself to you. And you must have practical experience with it. Then you know that you are dealing with some entity, rather than just to be dreaming that, oh, I saw Baba Legba in my dream and he was standing at my door, and then he said I should come, and this all kind of stories coming from all kind of people who have not even been initiated. That's not the way. So Alana, I think the best thing is get involved, get a proper teacher, and then you will understand. I believe very strongly that the people who came to take initiation from Africa and also from the right teachers will understand what I am talking about. Some people will just stand up and say, oh, me, I came into this world with this one. Nobody trained me, and that's what I am teaching people. Nobody trained you, and you can teach people. What do you know about spirit? Are you a spirit yourself? And a lot of people from the diaspora are moving towards such people who say, oh, I brought my own thing. You brought your own thing from where? Even if you brought it, somebody has to guide you and give you a coaching and training. Somebody who has already been doing and know the path must coach you and train you so that when you are going to do it, you can do it well to help people than just yourself. You have not been initiated. You say, I'm a Mami Wata because I had a dream that Mami Wata came to me. Then you go and set a big table, put plastic flowers on top, and then you are putting water and say you are Mami Wata. Which Mami Wata? Let people stop deceiving themselves. Let people stop deceiving themselves. Spirits are real. And until you start to deal with them and deal with the real ones, before you will understand that spirituality is not a game and it is not a fun. It is reality. You will enjoy it if you are dealing with the real things. And all these confusions and everything will go away from you. You can call upon a spirit and the spirit will respond to you in the next second. We are not telling you that you wait for 1 week, 2 days, 3 days before you get the response. The spirit should be able to respond to you the moment you begin to call its incantation. Immediately it must start responding to you if it's connected to you. It's not like you go and do it. So, is it going to be possible? It's not going to be possible. Is it going to be possible? That is based on faith. But you know it's going to be possible when you are dealing with the real spirit. The only thing you may have reservation for is that what time is it going to take? When will it just start? But you know for sure that it's not going to fail. It's going to come. It's not based on faith because the spirit is even the time you are calling and asking it to tell you that I'm going to do it. Just relax. But being human, you cannot know their time and your time, so that's why you just relax. That's why we teach people that when they do spiritual things for you, have patience. It will definitely happen. Because from the time they are doing the thing for you, the signs will show. So you know it's going to happen. So Alana, get someone to introduce you to a particular spirit. Don't be an outsider looking inside. You won't get enough information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. I am letting everything you said really sit. I don't have any more words. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Papa.
Yes,
Papa.
Big brother, I call. Yes.
Papa, we've had a very long and beautiful session.
Yeah.
And I think my question, I will reserve it for later.
Oh, no, you can ask. It's okay. Because somebody there...
Because now it's getting a bit so that you can...
Somebody out there may want to learn from whatever
I just looked at the time. It's 6 o'clock now. So I thought, let me not...
Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead with your question.
Okay. Okay. You don't have...
You are awful.
I think his connection went off for a bit, but he should be back soon.
Okay. So let's go on to Facebook and we have Jenna Renee Henderson. I'm so happy.
He's back now. He's back now.
Okay, let me finish this reading and we'll go back to Brother Echo. I'm so happy and grateful for today's lesson. Thank you all at AMT. That is from Jenna Renee Henderson. Thank you very much, Jenna. We are very grateful that you joined us. And the last one was Vivian Baka. Hello, Vivian. It's been a while. How are things with you? Say hello, Papa. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you for joining today's section. Yes, let's go, Big Brother Echo. Please go.
Big Brother Echo, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I have. Okay, I'm saying, Papa.
Yes.
Do you have to be initiated into a spirit to get help from the spirit?
Yes. If you you are not initiated into a spirit, it is not very easy to get help from the spirit. However, someone who is initiated into the spirit can now ask the spirit to do a favor to you on his behalf.
Okay.
So maybe I am not initiated into a spirit like, take for instance, Jopata. But a person who is initiated into Jopata as a spirit, or who is in charge of Jopata shrine, I can go to that person and ask the person to ask Jopata to do certain things for me. Now the priest or the person who is initiated will now tell Jopata, oh, this is this person who has come to seek for your help. Please, can you do this help on my behalf for the person? And if the spirits respond to you and you ask it to do, it will do. But someone who does not, someone who doesn't know the spirit, does not have anybody who knows the spirit, and say, I'm calling my village Obosom to kill somebody for me. Do you even know the name of your Obosom in your village? And do you know the things that the Obosom takes before it works? So you can call a spirit to work for somebody if you know how to call that spirit, or what when you are introduced to that spirit. It's supposed to be able, you are supposed to use it to help everybody. And it is not everybody that you help that needed to be initiated into the spirit.
Okay, Papa, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you too for the question. So I think Senna.
Yes, Papa.
We'll be closing this section. We have some works to do. So let us close the section for today and work, and then get ourselves prepared for another day.
Can I ask one more thing before you close?
Yes, go ahead. Is that Nuku?
Yes, this is Samuel. I just wanted to know.
Samuel, yes, go ahead.
For the people in the diaspora.
Yes.
I'm sorry, for the people in the diaspora who want to do like ancestral feeding, what's the deadline to send the money?
At African Magic Temple, because we are doing our end of year festival, we are starting from 20. We've already started, but then we are starting with the public from 21st, which is the Tuesday. Today is 19th. Tomorrow will be 20th. On the 21st, we'll be feeding the ancestors. The group feeding of ancestors. We are going to do it on Tuesday. So those who wanted their ancestors to be fed during this our end of year Thanksgiving service should be able to send us the names of the ancestors, and also send us $150 so that we can add it to other people's money to be able to buy the animals and then feed the ancestors. So we'll be feeding in the evening from around 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. onwards on Tuesday. We will start that process. So anybody who wanted us to do that, you can send us money or let us know, and then we will do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And we will also be doing a New Year reading starting from 1st January to 5th January for people who want to know what is happening or what is going to happen in their New Year. We do a New Year reading at the beginning of the year for them, and then they can now know how to live their lives and make their ways through these difficult times. We'll be doing that for a charge of $100. Our normal charges are $150, but we are reducing the New Year feeding, New Year reading from $150 to $100 between 1st January and 5th January. So I'm going to close today's section.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. I'm going to close today's section, and then we'll go on to other things. And I think we have a Vivian Papa, things are getting okay. That's Vivian Bakaya is saying, Papa, things are getting okay, but I'm still waiting for the court issues. I'll get back to you soon when everything goes well. I believe very strongly everything will go well with you, Vivian. The court case too will go very well. Don't worry. Once they started getting better, they will surely be. Thank you very much. Oh, ago, mando ago. Yo manga soboli sa manga kitika ka manga se. Ese joto ame joto se na nu ame se tie no no wo no be doko be. Me yo umbuga ke. Egbe mi do to me kakaba do fi me yo sheme ham for us, semi for us. Me yo braxas. Me yo zi adre ko do ago. Yo ta adre to me fi mo ku. O wo ve so ton no se ka me yo me do na. Meyo moya no zoje anyi dizo kaka chikazi kwa shedre me ala fa banya mo ya pia nya mo duro holo meyo ara te wenya yingba manjo floro afokula yingba mando arika wonya bi me mate kulete ku etega o meyo tagwe venya mega no petona mo venya ina na bana ngeje ya tefe meyo mi apete dagbe ji meyo mi do meyo legba jigbosu meyo apeli yo tagbe damale meyo tagbe aplapo me yo akintola egupa era be bobo ede be guma pali ye guba di kakla ede ebo me yo ara ke mi ga poji kure mi yo me yo ade kalama chachu be igbabula lifo na ha ke dagbe lo o tonyo ko se pe ku preto tawo ye goblin godo kluche kuma komlanga ba ho ya wo no tuji boko tuji tawo tuji me yo tawo jivenu me yo mi o kekelo me yo zapao ko preto pete ba ha mi awelo ngogbe ye kama dem you know mi aba ngogbe da kama ga dem you me obete fufure mi ambere ko sra e me mi goro ni ya na ya ira ne ba na la mesese ne ba na agbe ne ba na ya na nyi to chele fi ma pala mesese lo gudu mi awon ko nche mesi yodo tawo geje ba ha gudu na si dedi ya nyi ne fu wole mi anu sa ko kele ro mi de kokoro popo na yo mi de doku popo na yo mi de chahe popo na yo mi awo yo mo komile asine ni lo si amene poto le kosra me sia me yo me die mi amenya gbore oh mo ga tere mi anwo afene fa gbe ne fa lo yo I'm done with today's work, and I have just poured libation to the ancestors and thanking them for their work. I think we have some few questions on YouTube, so let me just answer them before. I think public relation, because there is a song by founder of the Cherubim and Seraphim in which he called Egu Archangel Michael. He say Michael Omushegun Yarasokalawa and so on. Okay, public relationship or public relation. You know, the founder of Cherubim and Seraphim, I think the group is coming from Nigeria or coming from Togo and Benin. I know the founder of Celestial Church of Christ, Oshofa. I have met him personally before when I was young. At least when I say I was young, I was in my 20s when I was a teacher. I used to teach yoga to some army officers, and they belong to Celestial Church. So through them, I also met Oshofa when I was young. And Oshofa, a lot of people thought that he was a Nigerian, but reality is he was from Benin. He's a foreign person, and I would say Ewe man, but he formed that. And I don't know the Cherubim and Seraphim, but they are also another group. Whether they broke away from Celestial Church or Celestial Church broke away from that. I'm not very sure. So if they call Archangel Michael Omo Shegun, that means Michael is the one who holds the sword, as in Kabbalah and in Hermetics, Gnostic cycle and all this. And when you talk about Archangel Michael, you are talking about the one who holds the knife. So if the leader of Cherubim and Seraphim was calling Archangel Michael like Omo Shegun, it is only trying to relate it to their local, isn't that the one that has a gu in his hand, which is knife or metal. I think that's what it means. But because the person who has the knife or metal or gun is the Omo Shegun in your Olu Shegun, or the god that has the knife. So I think they are right. Whether you call them Michael, they can decide to call him Olusegun, which is also right. Just like we are calling Jopata at my shrine, Jopata. But when you go into Hebrew Kabbalah, Jopata is called Archangel Kamiel. So he is Archangel Kamiel in the Hebrew Kabbalah. And the Archangel Aniel, which we call in my shrine Alajadu, in the Hermetics and all this, they'll probably call him Archangel Aniel. And then when you go to Greek mythology, they will call it Frida, whatever. So these energies are universal energies. They don't belong to anybody. This is one thing I want you people to understand. That's why sometimes people are saying you are teaching our secret to white people, and then they will use it against us. It's a very stupid thing people say, because these energies are universal spirits. They are not Christians, they are not Muslims, they are not Hindus, they are not anybody. They are just a nature, universal spirits that are permeating everything. If you know how to tap into them, you'll be able to draw them to you and make use of them. Give them any name that you feel that you can relate to. Or if the spirit likes you, he will tell you that call me this name. But that name that you are calling, it does not mean that when you go to another cultural zone, that is the same name that spirit will use. But all its attributes and its working and everything will be the same, but it will have a different name. This where people do not understand what Voodoo is. People think that Voodoo belongs to only Africans and belongs to only Abis. Voodoo means spirit, and spirits are universal entities. And if you are able to tap into them, you will work with them. So if they are calling Michael, Archangel Michael or Michael Olusegun, it's right. So public Nishi says, Papa, also do you have a gu, and can you initiate me into a gu? Why a gu? Yes, I have a gu at my shrine. And my gu is very dangerous. That's why we don't go so close to it every time. We go there once in a while. Maybe in 1 year, I don't know how many times we approach it, but recently we did some of his work. My gu is very serious one. It looks like no voodoo, but it's a very, very serious one. If you want to be initiated into a gu, what do you want to use it for? That's my question. I don't just initiate people just because people say initiate me into this, initiate me into that. I must know your reason that you wanted to be initiated into one particular voodoo or spirit. Your intentions and everything must be known to me, who is going to give you the key. What about if you want to use it to be attacking people? And if I give you the key to be attacking people, then when you attack people, I will take part of your karma, because I'm the one who has shown you the way. So I'm very, very careful who I give what to. So because you think that it's a defender and protector, there are so many spirits that are defenders and protectors, not only a gu. So thank you, everybody, and then I think we are closing today's section. Say, Papa, look here before you close. Yes, I've read your thing, so don't worry. And then I have some inventions. Okay, when we meet to we'll talk about that. We are going to be here on the 31st, so come. Yes.
Sorry to ask you some questions. Yoruba people, they have some shrine they call Ugu. Without Ugu and your whole.
No, it's that thing. It's not called Ogugu. It's called Egungun. Egungun means masquerade. It has nothing to do with Egu. Because the shrine that the Yorubas call Egu is called Ogun. But Egungun is a masquerade. But you know, masquerades are masquerades. People say that the people mount, spirit mount people. But for me, in my culture, every culture, we don't really have masquerade. Apart from what the Beni form people are doing, they call it Zangmeto, which is that raffia or this is turning around. All those things, please don't go. No, we are talking about proper spirituality here. We are not playing illusions here. But then people have to eat. So it is not my place to stop people from eating their daily bread. But what I am teaching here, I know what I am teaching. I'm not coming to do. We are master magicians. African Magic Temple, we are master magicians. Apart from the spiritual work that we do, we are master magicians and illusionists. We are the only people in Ghana, I may say, who can put a human being on a table and cut them into two, separate them, and join them again. We are the only people who can conjure a human being from thin air and the person will appear. But that is called entertainment. It has nothing to do with traditional spirituality. I don't mix my things up. When you go into the internet, you'll see all the magic things that I have done around the world. I'm not talking about Ghana. The entertainment magic that I have performed in Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Thailand, just mention anywhere. But that is not what I teach when I'm teaching spirituality. Those things are called illusions. But a lot of people don't know the difference between spirituality and illusion. And our people also know that a lot of people don't know the difference. So they put these tricks and illusions into it just to tell you that they have power. I don't deal with that. I'm not stopping anybody from practicing whatever they are practicing, but I don't deal with that. The Google is masquerade. So, anyway, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Okay, so we are closing the section today. This public relation man, you have to come to this shrine. Because that question that you suspect that a guru protect against acid. What about the people who get a guru in their house before Jay is catching their children? Look, let me listen to something proper.